Oi. Oi. Hi, everybody. Oi, oi. Oi, welcome. Hi, everyone. Hello, hello. Oi, oi. How are you guys tonight? Or today? Hello? What am I? Where am I? What's going on? This afternoon. This fine noon. How's it going? Hi, everybody. Oi, oi. My initial thought of like getting onto stream is to like freak out and go crazy because that's what I always do. But I am so tired. Dude, I cannot believe I slept in for that long. Like, oh my god. I felt so bad. I was like, oh my god, I need to feed my dogs. Like, they're missing their morning meal. Like, I felt so bad, bro. Oh my god. I can't believe I slept in that long. Who the fuck am I? Who am I? My goodness. So good morning, everybody. It's morning time for me, I guess. I normally wake up on Saturdays around like 9. And like even like that's sleeping in for me. But holy shit, man. Check the movie and film. Okay, let me go open Discord. Let me open my Discord. I have 3 drinks. 3 drinks. I have 3 drinks on my desk. Can you guess what they are? Pasta Man! Please take care of yourself. I'm so sorry that you're not feeling well and that you have to go to work not feeling well. That's terrible. Please take care of yourself. We will miss you. Coffee, water, and something. You're so right! Coffee, water, and a protein shake. Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's see. So, Megan Fox is Toy Chica. Love that. And this guy is being Toy Bonnie. I don't know who that guy is. Maybe I'll know his name, but I don't know his face. I don't know. I don't know. Is kombucha one of them? You know what? It's not. Usually it is, and I'm very sad that it's not. Oh, that's Matt Pat. Oh, that's why I don't know his face. I see, but I know his name. I know his name. Normally I would have a kombucha, but this week I didn't buy enough kombuchas to last me, and my last kombucha was on Thursday, and I'm so sad I didn't have one yesterday and I didn't have one today. What the hell is that, man? What the hell is that, brother? I'm so sad. But I do have this nice vanilla protein shake for my legs. You guys, I swear to God. I swear to God. I slept in that much because of my my legs. My legs. I worked on my legs and it's day 3 now, by the way. It's day 3 now. And my legs still hurt like a fucking bitch. Like, it's bad, bro. It's bad. Also, Horikoshi drew like tiny All Might, and it's so cute, and I want to show you guys. It's so cute. But before I show you that, I need to show you what I fucking had a nightmare of. Yeah, okay. All right, this is perfect. So, let me save this image so that I can show you guys this fuckery. So I had a dream last night. I had a lot of dreams, but I had a dream that I was being chased around by this. Oh, it's behind me. I had a dream. What the fuck was that? Was it the music we're listening to? Oh my god. I had a dream that I was being chased around by this. The fucking smile monster. I had a dream that this was chasing me. And it was weird. It was weird because it was like every time I got caught by it, I would reset like a video game. Oh my god. It was fucking sprinting after me. Like its little plappies were like like running on the floor. Oh my god, dude. Ugh. That shit scared the fuck out of me. It was terrifying, man. And I think it's because, so there's a tweet out there right now that like went viral, and it was like, a man told me to smile more, and then it like had this photo, and I saw it and I thought it was funny, and I swear to god that's why I had this dream. That's why this was in my dream. Smile is uncanny valley horror, so yeah, I can see how horrifying that is. It's terrifying. Dude, the little noises in this music is killing me. What the fuck is going on? I have 5 days till I go to Horror Nights. Oi! I have a fortnight. I have a fortnight until I go to Horror Nights. I'm excited. I'm so excited. I can't wait to go. Also, oh shit, it's huge. Look at this that Horikoshi drew of All Might and his mother. Are you serious? First of all, damn, All Might's mom. Shit. Like, are you for real? Mommy, 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 mommy. But look at tiny baby All Might. Isn't he so cute? Oh my god, he's so adorable. Kono, the most supportive brother I've ever had. The only brother I've ever had, but the most supportive. If I had another brother, he would not be nearly as supportive as you, so thank you. Welcome in. Hi, how are you? Thank you for joining us. I'm showing chat this image, this drawing that Horikoshi drew of All Might and his mother. Look at baby All Might is the cutest fucking thing. It says, Fudge! That was so good. What the fuck? Oh my god, that was perfect, because I was just about to start reading it too. That scared the shit out of me. It says, Hiroaka anime kono ato sugu. It says, My Hero Academia anime immediately after this. All Might and Midoriya's mom. Oh, I ship it. Oh, I ship it hard. I ship it hard. I love them together. Like, he's basically dad. He's basically dad. Like, welcome in, dude man. How are you? Thanks for joining us today. I hope you're doing great. For anybody who is like just coming in, I do just want to say it's probably gonna be a little low energy stream. Excuse me, I burped. All right, so even though it's low energy, I'm still burping, so that's good. James, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you, I appreciate it. Ratatosk, welcome. How's it going? Thank you for joining us today. I really appreciate you guys joining me. The reason why it is likely to be a low energy stream is because, was it Wednesday? Dude, it was Wednesday that I did the most insane workout that I've ever done on my legs. And I swear, I have been a wreck ever since. I couldn't even sit down on the toilet myself, you know? And so now my body is recovering, and I fucking slept in this morning. I cannot believe I slept in this morning. But the good thing is that the only things I have to do on Saturdays is stream. So at least I'll still be able to stream for a normal amount of time. Yeah, it was leg day. I did leg day once. It was, dude, it was bad. It was bad, but it motivates me. It motivates me because that was a really hard workout, and now I want that workout to be the one that I strive to, like, I can do it, like, you know what I mean? What do you usually do for legs? Okay, so usually I'll either go to the gym and like press weights, or like I'll be pushing like 70 pounds, you know? I'm pretty strong. I'm pretty strong. However, or either that, or I'll do like, you know, like, I'll do like core workouts. So I'll do like leg lifts. So it's like not just legs, but it's also abs too at the same time. I'll do like thunder thighs. What? Oh, brother. Oh, if that's what you think I'm hiding under this, oh, you'll be very disappointed. Why does my straw not feel like it's clean? Why does my straw feel like it's not clean? Yeah, no, I wish I could have the pleasure of having Emma Frost thighs, but I sadly do not. I do not. I'm sorry. But I usually will do like squats. I like doing like ballet exercises. So like I'll do those kinds of squats, and they usually do like, they tone my legs, are great, but this one was just like next level. Honestly, I do think that this is the workout that I needed to take my legs to the next level, because my legs are like, they're muscular, but they're not like, they're like, they're not as toned as I want them to be. They're a bit spaghetti like. So like you can see the muscle on them, but it's just because the muscle's right there. Like, it's not because the muscle's like super strong, if that makes sense. So usually I'd be doing that, but this time I did like, I don't even know how many squats I did. I genuinely lost count after 150. It was bad. I did a lot of lunges. I did calisthenics. Usually I do calisthenics, but this one was like calisthenics from hell. That one was that was bad, but it was good because now I have something to strive for. Which one do you want this time? You want to receive the compliment or your mother? Do not compliment my mother. Do not compliment my mother. I swear to God. I don't care if you don't compliment me, but just don't compliment my mother. I had a dream last night. I had another dream. And I was getting, so like, okay, for those of you who don't know, my parents just went through a divorce. It was brutal. It was bad. And it's over now. Thank God it's over. We don't have to go to court. There's nothing. Yeah, it's bad. But it's over now, and I'm so glad. However, just last night, my mother told me that somebody drove by the house screaming "fuck you" out the window, and it was really loud. And I was like, okay, well, if you heard it, the neighbors most definitely heard it, because the house is a little bit pushed back and the neighbors are not nearly as pushed back. So if she heard it, the neighbors definitely heard it. So I was like, oh, that's shitty, and you should ask the neighbors if they heard it and if they have a camera, because that's fucking harassment, bro. But I mean, the cops aren't going to do anything about that. They're not going to do anything. However, anyway, I'm straying from the point. I had a dream because of that last night. I had a dream that my mom, I was grabbing stuff from like my house, and like for some reason my stepdad's like, he and all of his family were like there, and they were like all giving us like really dirty looks and stuff, and I was like, this is so uncomfortable, but like I just need to grab my clothes and stuff. Like, I don't know why my clothes were there. I don't even live with my mom. But I was grabbing my stuff, and then as we're driving away, I was like, that's the last time we have to see them. Like, don't even worry about it. Like, that, we don't ever have to see them again. And my mom was like, well, yeah, but his birthday is coming up. And I was like, oh, hell no. What are you talking about? No, we're not fucking throwing this bitch a birthday party. What the fuck's wrong with you? Bro, I was so mad. I was like, absolutely not, brother. What is on your mind right now? Talk to me, mother. That shit was brutal. I do want to tell you though that it's fantastic you're half the woman she is. You know what? That in and of itself is an accomplishment. That's an achievement right there. All right. So thank you. I appreciate that. I am. However, she is like half the size of me. She's super short. So maybe she's also half the woman I am. I love her. Elite, welcome in. How are you? Oh, I mean, quite literally. Wait, whoa. Hold on a damn minute. Elite, how's it going? Salted Biscuit, how are you? Hi. Wait, am I Grandpa? Hi, I'll be Grandpa for you. Oh, I'll be a boy for you. I'm having I'm having yogurt right now, and it has frozen strawberries. It's like, what's that yogurt called? Like the really like tangy yogurt. What is it? I don't know what it's called. I don't remember. But it's like really tangy and like not sweet at all, and it's thick. Greek yogurt. I'm having Greek yogurt right now. It's of course plant-based, but I put some frozen raspberries in it, and it is so fucking good. Normally I put a little bit of maple syrup in it, but I forgot to, so we'll just have to deal with it. You'll get it, but there's layers. But I hope your weekend is going well. My weekend is going great. I get to see you guys. That's a great weekend. I have a question. If a wedding has an open bar, how drunk is acceptable? Oh, as long as you have somebody to drive you home, don't be thrown up, but like I would say like drunk enough to fucking dance the entire night. And like be a goofy little guy, because I don't know, people get different when they're drunk. For me, the more drunk that I get, the more I need to party and dance. I'm staying at the venue, I'm part of the wedding party. Oh baby, if you're not bringing down the house dancing, I'll be disappointed in you. You gotta stand on the tables. Wait, no, maybe don't do that. But maybe if that's like the crowd that you're in, do that. Yeah, do that. Definitely do that. Why do I feel like this hat should be bigger? Actually, no, this will make my head look small. No, that's about right. That's about right? Oi! Thank you so much. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Drunk? I can't get drunk. Last time I got drunk, Twitch banned me. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe you stay sober. Maybe you have a soda. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. Oh my God. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I get to look all fancy and shit in my tugs. I love that. Oh my goodness. That's gotta make you feel good. Wait, when is it? That's exciting. I love a tux. I have a request, Kaiya, by the way. Would you do me a favor? What's the favor? I'll do you a favor. I will have a Dr. Pepper. Oh, I love Dr. Pepper. That's an excellent choice. It's tomorrow? Wait a damn minute. A wedding on a Sunday? Do you have work off the next day? A wedding on a Sunday? Not a Dr. Pepper. I'm too poor for on brand. Oh wait, what's it like Dr. Pibb or something like that? Is that what it is? It's like basically the same thing, right? Something like that. I can't remember. My dad used to get me RC Cola, Dr. Dynamite. Wait, I've never heard of that one before. Is it good? Sort of. I have to work for an hour. Oh, okay. I'm sure you'll be able to survive for an hour. That'll be fine. Yeah. Get crunk. Go look in the mirror and smile. Figure you could use the same thing that makes my day. Oh, you. I will do it. And I will use my full teeth. Thank you. I appreciate you. Hi, Slime Man. How are you? Thank you for joining us. How's it going? It's like Dr. Pepper, but more pepper. Oh, wait, that sounds good. That sounds real good. Y'all, I have to eat. I have to drink this protein shake. There's a little bit of creatine in there too, you guys. I'm drinking the creatine. I've got it in here. I've got to drink this. My muscles need to recover. I did like do you know the what is it called? You appreciate you too. That's good. That's good. The foam roller. When you like work out and then your legs hurt, so you gotta like use the foam roller. I use that. You guys, I think that was the most painful experience of my life. I think that was the worst thing I've ever experienced. I'd rather go to the dentist. I think I'd rather get my tooth pulled than do that again. And And I did it before bed too last night. Oh my god, dude, I did it before bed. Can I use your channel points to honk your tatas? Wait, since it's your first time here, go ahead and do it now. This is my normal outfit. It's just an asset, look out. Go for it. If you can catch him. Can you catch him? I'm broke. Oh. Here, I'll do it for you. Wait. Booba poke. Hey! Whoa! There you go. All for you. Wait. This damn thing. Oh, there we go. That's better. That's a little bit better. I love the assets, but I never know how to put them on properly, so they just kind of like sit on top of me. Lightning Dragon. Lighting Dragon. Welcome in. How are you? I too don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening at any point in time. I'm very confused as well. So thank you for sharing your confusion with us. How are you? I love your assets too. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I love keg poking. Wait, did you mean leg poking? Or are you talking about a real keg? You guys, I've never done a keg before. It kind of scares me. I won't lie. It kind of scares me. Like, don't you have to like do like a keg stand? That's like talent. Booba poking? What do you mean? Let me do it for you. Wait. Okay, all right. You'll hold the confusion for us, or the booba poking. I love booba booba. Oh my goodness, you guys! I can feel it through the cape. Come on, you missed the nipple though. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Oh yeah, that's good. That's some good shit right there. That's some good stuff right there. I love it. I just finished my book series last night, and I was very sad about it. I was really sad about it, you guys. I'm still sad about it. I'm gonna have to go to the fanfics now because I don't want it to be over. I'm not ready to let go of these characters yet. You have severely messed up. There's no cooldown on hydrate. Oh, I know. No, wait, please don't. Oh my god, please. Please, this happens to me like every once in a while and I hate it. And then you guys, I already pee with a normal amount of water. So if you're gonna water me like a plant, I'm gonna be in the bathroom the whole... Don't you fucking dare! I will put a cooldown. I don't care. Excuse me, burp, sorry. Can somebody record that, please? Can somebody type exclamation point burp in chat? What book series are you reading? I just finished reading the Shatter Me series, and I'm not ready. I'm not ready, thank you, to let go of these characters. So now I have to get my ass on AO3, and I've got to read some fucking really, really good fanfics. I've got to. But the next book series that I'm reading, I think I'm gonna read the same one as my sister. My sister just picked up... My sister does not read fantasy, but this is her introduction to fantasy, and I think she's gonna like it. She is reading A Court of Thorns and Roses, and that's a pretty popular fantasy series. I've never read it, but I've read that author's like a different series. And I really like her writing, so I think I'll like that book. So I'm gonna try to pick it up today. Actually, I think it's in my Amazon cart. I should probably buy it. Connex Kaiya X chat. Wait, whoa, what? Now that's wild, brother. I ain't sharing my wife. I ain't sharing my wife with nobody. Okay, let's see. Where is my Amazon cart and what is in it right now? There's two things in my cart right now. What are they? Happy Pupper Boy, how are you? Thank you so much. Thank you for the 40 months.
Subscribe to your channel for 40 months.
Thank you. 40 months, I appreciate it so much. It's chill time. It's chill time, brethren. It's chill time. Okay, yeah, so I have hardcover Red Queen. That's a book. And then I have hardcover a court of thorns and roses, a corn. So yeah, I'll just buy those and just call it a day. And they're coming in tomorrow. Tomorrow is my grandmother's birthday. She's not alive anymore, so I will just have to say it in my head. But maybe I'll make a little cake for her. She really liked chocolate, so yeah, I'll probably make her a chocolate cake. Yep, and I'll make her a little slice and I'll leave it out overnight like fucking Santa Claus. And she'll enjoy it. I know she'll enjoy it. I have to get like a Dunkin' Donuts donut too. She loved Dunkin' Donuts donuts. She liked the French cruller. She loved those. Pee-wee, how are you? Thank you for joining us. We talking about books? Yeah, I was telling chat about how I just finished my book series last night and I'm not ready to let the characters go. So I'm gonna get my ass on AO3 and I'm gonna read some fucking fanfics. I'm not ready. Do you know? Well, I don't want to like spoil it for anybody, but like the last sentence is like immediately before something really sweet happens. So I never got to fully experience it. And I'm sad because of that. Like, is she planning on doing another novella? Because, like, what the fuck? Is she just milking it out for like 10 books? Because I will buy the 10 books. I will buy all of them. I don't care. I will. Excuse me, I burped. But the next book series that I'm reading, I think is going to be A Court of Thorns and Roses. And oh my god, I keep burping. Dude, is it the protein shake? What is making me burp so much? Damn. What is happening? Hi, Nope. How are you? Thank you for joining us. I've got YouTube chat here too. I think my sister will like it. I'll have to ask her how she likes it because yeah, she's not a fantasy reader. She normally likes I think she likes like romance, which is so funny because like she's not the type of person that I would picture to like romance. But she likes that kind of stuff. She also likes like not like mystery, but like kind of mystery, like I don't know, like drama suspense type things. I mean, who doesn't, you know? Nope, I hope that you get a good break in. Thank you for spending time with us. I appreciate it. I've got to find some other books. That was the book that I just finished last night was number 15 for this year. So my goal is to read 20 for the year. Yay! I was supposed to read 12, one per month, but then when I started reading the Shatter Me series, I read them so fast that I don't even like I get the books mixed up because like I read them so quickly that I don't remember if certain things happened in like the third book or the second book or like, you know what I mean? So like it's like when you like watch movies back to back and you're like, wait, was that in the first movie or was that part of the third movie? Like I don't know. So that's kind of, and normally I don't like to read really fast. Normally I like to read like at a reasonable pace because I like to absorb it all. But that book series was so good. I had to binge it. I just bought my first VTuber merch. I guess I'm an internet degen gooner now. No going back. Wait, you did? Oh my goodness, that's so exciting for you. What did you buy? I wanna see it. I love VTuber merch. Speaking of VTuber merch, actually, oh my gosh, I need to look and see when my VTuber merch is coming in. Y'all, we need to know when our VTuber merch is coming in for anybody who bought it. Let's see. What is it called again? Ooh merch. Ooh. I believe in you. 20 books done easy. I'm gonna do my bestest. I just hope that I like the books as much because that will definitely help me read them faster. Because yeah, if I notice that like if I'm convincing myself that I like a book and I don't actually like the book, I'll read it really slow because, you know, I'm like, this is boring and I don't want to read it. Books I read are mainly related. I need to read more other books. Oh, history related. Yeah, okay. That's I was on like this huge what do you call it? Like true crime, like mystery kick, and I really liked it. But then I got into fantasy and I was like, "Oh my god, I should have been reading this the whole time. What the hell?" It was good. I bought 12 remove before flight tags for my gun case. Oh wait, really? Oh, that's cool. Hell yeah. And it's a VTuber. It's like a VTuber thing. That's so cool. That's awesome. I love it. Kaiya, my statue from the figurine stream gets here in a month. Oh my god, please tell me the character again. Please tell me. I need to know. Oh, nope, you're so kind. Thank you so much. And thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Loner boy, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate it. All right, where did I buy? Was it Uber Market? Where is the... When did I buy it? It was in August. It was in August. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So my order has been updated. View my order right here. Because I bought everything. I bought everything so that you guys can see it all. Let's see. It's confirmed. I swear to God. I swear to God. Okay. Let me... Nah, dude. I know. Market order. What if I... Was that screen part of the fucking... Holy shit. Oh, yeah. Okay, here we go. Your order has arrived at our fulfillment center. You'll get a notification when it has shipped. Oh my god. So shipping is the next thing. And that was on September 29th. So hopefully it's soon. I hope it's soon. I hope so. I read a lot of war accounts, like from the different sides of the Spanish Civil War. It's something that's really cool. Hey, I love that. I love that we all have different tastes. That's so awesome. I love that so much. Because like, yeah, I don't know, like if I had never thought of picking up fantasy, you want to know what it was? I was on like a huge enemies to lovers kick and I was like, wait, why don't I search like enemies to lovers books? And that's what introduced me to The Cruel Prince, which is a fantasy series. And then I was like, wait, I need to read more of this fantasy shit, like right now. And then I was like, wait, why did I not think that I liked fantasy when it's like all I read as a kid? Like, I especially like Twilight. Like, okay, Twilight is like rooted in reality, but it's also fantasy because there's vampires and stuff. And isn't that a spicy book? The Cruel Prince? No, it's not spicy. It's not spicy at all. The spicy book that I read recently, I fucking hated that book so much. It took me forever to get through that one damn book because I was like, fuck this book, dude, it's so bad. I actually started reading the Shatter Me series toward the end of it because I was like, dude, I was like 85% of the way through the book and I was like, okay, I need some motivation to finish this book because I fucking hate this book. So I started reading like a chapter. I think I like got through like 5 chapters of Shatter Me. And then I was like, okay, I cannot read this book until I finish this one. And that made me read it really fast. So let's see. Oh yeah, it was Filthy Rich Fae. Filthy Rich Fae. Okay, let me read it to you guys. Oh my god, excuse me, Bert. Send more regs, by the way, to me. I have credits I need to use, Kaiya. Oi. Well, right now, I'm about to start reading A Court of Thorns and Roses. Apparently, that one is a bit spicy. I guess I will update you guys. I don't know. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. Thank you for the berry offering. Thank you. Don't forget to offer your berries, guys. Okay. Filthy Rich Fae is a fantasy romance novel by Geneva Lee that follows... Oh my god, dude. Every time my dog... Remember we were like watching like... We were watching like the doors like opening last night in the spooky videos. My door did that, and every time my dog like sits against my door, it opens, and she just did it right now. It scared the shit out of me. Okay, here we go. Filthy Rich Fae follows a mortal woman, Kate, who makes a bargain with a ruthless Fae prince, Lachlan Gage, to save her brother. Kate is pulled into the dangerous Fae underworld of New Orleans, where she must find a way to break the bargain and escape Lachlan's deadly world before she is bound to him forever. This book is the first in the Filthy Rich Fae series and is known for its forbidden romance, treacherous bargains, and a blend of crime and Fae lore. And it sounds really good. It sounds really good. That description makes it sound like it's a really good book. You guys, it was so bad. It left off on, like, I guess what you could consider to be like a really like high stakes, oh my god, I need to pick up the next book and find out what happens immediately type of ending. And I did not give a singular fuck. I did not give a single fuck at all. And I have not picked up the second book, and I'm not going to. I am not going to. The writing was not good. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're doing well today. Enjoy your stay. Fall, welcome in. Thank you. I appreciate you. And I'm not small. You're small. I still have to go through the Sarah J. Maas book you recommended last time. So yeah, okay. So A Court of Thorns and Roses is by Sarah J. Maas. But it's a different series. So I still have to pick up the next book in Throne of Glass. I might do that first, actually. I have it on my bookcase right now, on my bookshelf. So I might do that. I don't know yet. I'm not sure. The only thing I read are train technical documents and train history archives. Oh, I love that. I'm a train nerd, so it's basically smut for train guys. Hey, yo, let's go. Hey, get your smut in, you know? A word of warning when reading accounts from different sides of wars, especially when coming from the person who fought in it. They have their bias. Oh yeah, I do not doubt that at all. So take them with a grain of salt and don't take it as fact, but it does help you see their perspective, even if it could be a wrong perspective. That's why, like, I was thinking, like, when we were learning history in history class, like, you know, like in American history class, I was like thinking that, I'm like, this is only one side. Like, are we getting like what actually happened? Like, you know, it's weird that we learn it as like it's the truth, you know, and yet like some of it could be truthful, some of it could not. I don't know, you know, it's really interesting. So yeah, I always thought about that. I only offer my biggest, thickest, juiciest strawberries to you. You better. Ask your mother to provide recommendations as well. We can do a book club. I actually did do a book club with my mom. She obviously, like, my mom is older than I am, of course, so she has a different taste, but she really likes true crime. But right now she is not reading a whole lot because a lot of the types of books that we have been reading were like very like dark, like, you know, like true crime is often very dark and like just not yeah, you know what I mean. But because she was going through her divorce, she was like, I really don't want to read anything dark right now. Like I need like light, positive things. So she hasn't really been reading a whole lot of things. But don't take that to mean that she's single. She's not single. Have you ever played a visual novel before? Yes, I played Doki Doki Literature Club, and that was really fun. I liked it. That's a visual novel, right? Or am I thinking of something else? Older than you? I thought she still looks 25. What am I? 2? What the fuck? What the hell? If she looks 25, what do I look like? It's honestly what got me into the history rabbit hole, and honestly, I love it. It definitely horrifies me of how the human mentality is sometimes. Oh my god. For real. I look 18. Oh, stop it. You're my favorite person. I actually, oh my god. Somebody, I think I told you guys this. I was at, like Home Depot? Oh, I was at Lowe's, and I was getting, some, what do you call it? spray paints, and you need to be 21 to buy spray paints. And of course I'm 21. I'm able to drink with you guys, you know. But the guy was like, "Are you 21 yet?" And I was like, "Oh, you're amazing. You just made my fucking day, bro." You have no idea. Being 891, almost 892, you know, you don't always get carded, so. Seth Anime Girl, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Read Goodnight Mr. Tom. What's Goodnight Mr. Tom? Is it a spooky book? I like horror books too. I like that type of stuff. Noble, how are you? Thank you. Thank you for joining us. How's it going? Ghost Modem, welcome. How are you, Ghost? How's it going? You look like you need that WD-40 on them joints, lady. How dare you? My joints are excellent, thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, now that I think about it, you do still look really young. Like around low 20s at most. Oh my god. Stop it. Stop it. You're filling my ego right now. Thank you. Thank you. As a 55-year-old grandpa, you know. You don't look a day over 400. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate that. DDLC is a visual novel. I'm playing it. I need more visual novels. It's really fun. Yeah, it's good. It's really good. Alpha Male, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. How's it going? Yeah, I'm excited. 4,000. Oh, how dare you? Oh, how dare you? That WD-40 comment is diabolical. Mr. Goodbar just thinks of new ways to torture me every day. I feel like that's his highlight of his day every day. Is just finding new ways to torture me. Whether it be a "I'm coming onto your mom" joke or a "you're ugly and old" joke. They're all the variations of the same thing. He just puts it in a different sentence, you know? I've barely touched my yogurt, by the way. I need to eat this shit. It's really a little sour. It's a bit bitter. I like the bitterness, but I'm having like all sweet things right now. And so it's a bit of a shock to the system. Let me read to you guys, since we're on the topic of books, A Court of Thorns and Roses. So this is the book that I'm gonna be reading next, maybe. Either that or Throne of Glass. Apparently, this is a spicy book. Apparently, it is a bit spicy. I don't know for sure. I don't know how spicy it gets. Hopefully it's tasteful. I don't mind my literature having some smut in it if it's you know, tasteful. But yeah. Okay, here we go. All right, here is the synopsis. This one is spicy. I've heard it from Book Talk. Oh my god. Okay, I hope it's not too bad. If it's we'll see. I will say, reading a different book from the same author, I can't imagine that she would make it anything other than tasteful smut. Like, I don't need to read "and then he jams his throbbing hard cock into my pussy." Like, I don't need to hear that. Like, I do not need to read that. If I want to read that, I'll read a fucking fanfic. I don't need to read that. So I need something that, like, you know what I mean? You know, you guys get it. You guys get it. When 19-year-old Huntress Feyre, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Feyre, it's Feyre, Feyre? I don't know if I'm reading that correctly. When 19-year-old Huntress Feyre kills a wolf in the woods, a terrifying creature arrives to demand retribution. Dragged to a treacherous magical land she knows about only from legends, Feyre discovers that her captor is not truly a beast, but one of the lethal immortal fairies. Oh my god, excuse me. Who once ruled her world. At least he's not a beast all the time. As she adapts to her new home, her feelings for the fairy, Tamlin, transform from icy hostility into a fiery passion that burns through every lie she's been told about the beautiful, dangerous world of the Fae. But something is not right in the fairylands. An ancient, wicked shadow is growing, and Fae must find a way to stop it or doom Tamlin and his world forever. Yeah! Yeah! So, that's the next book that I will be... That's on my list! That's on my list! Is the web novel I'm reading... Oh, wait. It's referred to as a mighty spear or a hot solid rod. Wait. That's how they say it? That's so funny. Oh my gosh. So I've been looking at like books from similar authors. I've also been trying to like look at like different authors in like similar genres because I just got off of reading like 5 books from the same author, and then after that now it's like 6 books from the same author. So I'm like, okay, I need to like expand a little bit. And I mean, the reason why is because they're so good at writing. Like their writing style is fucking captivating as shit, man. It's so good. But the book the book that I read before is Throne of Glass. And that one is really good, and it's not spicy at all. This one is really good. Okay, this one is in a land of magic where the king rules with an iron hand. With an iron spear. A mighty iron spear. Fantasy without any spice, the Pendragon series is good. Why is my throat like doing this to me? Oh wait, okay, I'll have to check it out. I do like a little bit of romance. Like I like enemies to lovers a lot, you know. Okay, in a land without magic where the king rules with an iron hand, an assassin is summoned to the castle. She comes not to kill the king, but to win her freedom. If she defeats 23 killers, thieves, and warriors in a competition, she is released from prison to serve as the king's champion. Her name is Selena Sardothian. The crown prince will provoke her. The captain of the guard will protect her. But something evil dwells in this castle of glass, and it's there to kill. When her competitors start dying one by one, Selena's fight for freedom becomes a fight for survival, and a desperate quest to root out the evil before it destroys her world. I love it. It was such a good book. It was a really, really good book. And then the next book in the series, let me see, shop the series. The next book in the series is called Crown of Midnight, and I have it in my little library right now. Ow, fuck. You can say there is some enemies, though not really, to lovers. The kid is like 18 or so, and the elf girl is like 800. Oh shit, that's crazy. That's so funny. I love it. Yeah, these the next one is called Crown of Midnight, and there are seven books in the series, and all of them are really beautiful. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're all really beautiful. Okay, so and then there's like the Assassin's Blade, which is like a prequel of novellas. They're like a Throne of Glass prequel, and I don't know if I want to like, I don't know. I guess because I have some like novellas that I'm reading, that I'm going to start reading with the series, but like the series that I just finished right now, but I don't even know if I want to. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Sometimes it's like, the more that I find out, I'm like, oh, like the magic of like keeping me wanting. And now I have too much, you know? Now I've got too much. Tentacola, welcome, how are you? Thank you for joining us, and thank you for the berry offering. I appreciate it so much. Yeah, like the feeling of keeping me wanting more is what makes me like the series so much. And then if I get too much, I might just be like, okay, you know what? But also it's from a different perspective. Somebody's different like a different character's perspective, and I don't give a single fuck. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, no, I need it to be from one of the two main characters' perspectives. Now that I remember, the game I'm playing in the Japanese version hints at enemies to love thing between a red dragon and a human. Oh shit. Oh. Oh no, that's wild. Now that's wild. Also, I'm trying to think like this A Court of Thorns and Roses book said he's a beast. So does he like turn into a beast and like, you know where I'm going with this? You feel me? Like, what kind of beast are we talking about here? Like, what's, cause is this like, I don't know. Is the author a furry? I don't know. I'm not sure. I guess I'll find out. I guess I'll find out. Darkness, hello, welcome. We're talking about a book series right now, and there's like a beast, but he's like also it's like werewolf, but like I don't know what kind of a beast he is. But the ratings are really good on this series. So metaphorical, or he literally I don't know. That's what, you know what? I'm gonna have to read it and find out. Because when I read that, I was like, oh, like Beauty and the Beast. Like, Beauty and the Beast is beautiful, right? I love it. But like, him being a beast is simply like a curse. So then, like, when they break the curse, he turns into a human, and he's still the same person, but he's just a human now. And so that's cool. I was thinking Beauty and the Beast too. Yeah, maybe it's like that. I'll have to find out. I was like, bro, like some people out there really be watching Beauty and the Beast and wishing he stayed as the Beast. Okay. So somebody gave this book. This is the first. Oh my god. Is this like, okay. I have like some ratings here. The first one that I'm looking at is a 1 star. And then 2 stars, 4 stars, 2 stars, 2.5 stars. Okay, interesting. Okay, all right. This is like an adult series. So, okay, so it's young adult. How young adult though is it though? Because like sometimes, are you live on Twitch also? Yes, I am. We are live on Twitch. Here we are. And also YouTube. And also Twitter. We're live on Twitter too. But, you know, if you're watching me on Twitter, just come to Twitch. Just come to Twitch. Come on over. Don't worry about it. I probably need to go now and get ready for work, but the stream made my day. See y'all. Hope y'all have a great rest of your day. Pasta Man, thank you for hanging out with us. I really appreciate it. I hope that work goes well, and I hope that you're able to relax after your work and have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for spending time with us. I appreciate you. Have a good night. Bye. Or day. It's 1 p.m. It is 1 p.m. for me. It is 1 p.m. right now, brother. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to find some new authors and all that good stuff. And, you know, some Twitch VTubers talk dirty. Couldn't be me. Right, guys? Couldn't be me. I woke up so late today, like at 11:30. Bro, same. What the hell? What's up with us? Dude, I woke up so late. Like, genuinely, normally, I'll be waking up around like 9 a.m. on Saturdays. But today, it was different. It was a lot different. I did need the rest, man. Like, damn, I needed that rest. But I'm trying. You know what? You know what I want right now? Because I want to eat my shit. Here's what I want. Dude, my fucking hat like makes me so big. Okay, there we go. That's a bit better, huh? That's a bit better. That's so goofy. Okay. Excuse me, burped. I really want to watch the Daily Dose, and then I want to watch. Last Saturday we watched some Mr. Ballin, and I really enjoyed doing that with you guys. Okay. Here we go, because I wanna be able to eat my stuff. So let's do this shit, brother. Okay, there's one. Safari trip goes horribly wrong. Oh, baby. Safari trip goes horribly wrong. Yikers. Yikers. Okay.
Hello everyone,
Tell me if you guys can hear it. I'm gonna put it up.
this is your daily dose of internet.
Can you guys hear that okay?
This is the craziest video that I've seen in a long time. This is Alpha.
You guys hear that okay? How's the volume on it? Is it good? I hope it's good.
And started charging after these people that were in a boat.
That's a fucking nightmare, dude. Oh, fuck that. Would you guys ever do a safari? Because this is terrifying to me. Like, I think I would just get up and start, like, sprinting. Oh my god. That elephant don't give a damn, dude. You would do a safari? Oh my, I don't know if I would. Holy shit. Wait. Did he just catch that in his booty cheeks? Did he just catch that in his booty cheeks, bro? Oh, fuck. I'm glad it didn't hit his balls, dude. He straight up caught. That feels like the beginning of a video. A home movie, if you will. Oh my god, she's just getting fucked up.
This guy was
shit.
mopping the floors at a fire department when the alarm went off.
And destroyed all of his hard work. Oh shit. Oh my god, be careful, be careful. No! Don't get injured before you go.
Abby got inside of her car and she started
shit.
freaking out.
Headshot. No! Oh my god. Where'd they drive the car? Wait, did he say that was at a drive-thru? Wait, did she get hit twice? She did. Oh my god. The car is disintegrating.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, what a cutie patootie. Hey there, Jim. Jim's just waiting on somebody to buy his cigarettes. Dude, oh my god. Oh my. How dumb. Genuinely, every time I see one of these videos, it pisses me off so bad. Why doesn't anyone ever take these things seriously? Like, it's a fucking train track, you idiot! I genuinely do not understand. Not only could there be passengers on the train, and like get like seriously injured, but also like, do you know how much like damage you're doing? Like, oh man, if I were a train conductor, I can't even imagine the level of stress that they must endure, like knowing that people are this fucking dumb. Like, genuinely pisses me off, man. You missed some spots. Oh my god, wait, that's so cute. That's so cute.
These workers in Russia were surprised when they found this while sorting through the trash.
Wait, this is what it looks like? What is that? This is what it looks like? No! Oh my god! No! He probably lost his job after that? I would hope so. I'm sorry, but like making a mistake
why
like
is this
that.
so mesmerizing to watch?
looks like booty cheeks. What was that? What is that? Why does it look like booty cheeks? What is that?
This animal rehab place wears a mask so that this baby raven doesn't associate humans as a food source.
Wait, why is it so smart? Yeah, my mom was fucking huge when I was little. And a slab of meat? Oh, I thought so. Oh, I missed that one. Oh, shit. Scared the baby. the level of concentration. Oh, scared himself.
They were releasing
So
this rhino back into the wild after rescuing it, and it wasn't too happy.
Aw. That rhino was like, bro, I want to go back. No, fuck this. Oh, shit. That's kind of scary, no? He's like, take me back. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I think I meant like it was jiggling like booty cheeks, you know?
They were trying to
Get
record
the
themselves
fuck outta
dancing
here.
when this happened.
Get it? Wait, why is that door so beautiful? Oh, that door was beautiful though. Holy shit. Oh no! Cutie patootie.
Στον οδηγό λοιπόν κανονικά. Παπά, είστε καλά.
For some reason, his egg is indestructible.
Hey yo, that's
tell me
her
why my
fault,
egg
man.
Do not want to break it all, bro. Look, it's cracked, but look.
What the hell? Did it go in his pocket? It fucking went in his
I
pocket.
don't think cars are supposed to
Wrong
work like
pocket,
this.
brother.
Das Problem, wenn ich jetzt hier... Das passiert ja nichts.
Huh?
Aber wenn ich jetzt...
Huh?
Imagine going for a walk
What?
and seeing this many cats on the street.
Oh my god, take your pick. How many are you collecting? I would pick up as many as I possibly can and be like, you're coming home with me. I'd be crazy cat lady. Oh! What the fuck was that? What? Wait. What? That hurts my brain. What?
They
Her shoe
decided to
came
drop this
fully
massive
off.
pumpkin from really high up.
Pumpkin! That was crazy. Pumpkin! Yeah!
A fried rice tossing
That's
machine
awesome.
seems like a really smart idea.
Hey yo, this is the type
I
of
have never
robots we
seen a
need
cat
in
that
the
looks like
kitchen.
this.
It's a puppy cat. It's a puppy cat. That's so cute. My dog does that to me sometimes. He'll put his paw right on my titty, and I'm like, bro, what are you doing? It's copping a feel for real. Oh shit!
So
Dogs and their
Ireland put
giant
crossing
sticks.
signs down on the ground
cute.
because everyone looks at their phones now.
That is so dystopian. That is so fucking dystopian. What? That's wild.
This dog gave him a
Wait,
crazy
that's
sack.
what causes the traffic? What is that? That's like a...
This dog
Why are they
gave
going
him
so
a crazy
slow?
side
What
eye.
the hell? Change that back end to some fingers. Decrease the intensity. Wait, what? Brother, I have no idea what's going on.
I can't tell who's more impressive here.
He doesn't trust it. Dude, no, there's no way. The balance that you need. Oh, I'd be terrified. What? That is some crazy strength, dude. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny.
Oh no.
Holy shit, that's hilarious. Oh, who's going in? Oh no! With his hat on and everything.
She
With his
didn't
hat
realize that she
on.
forgot to put it in park.
That is so big, Goofy. Oh no! There it goes, gaining momentum. Oh no! Oh no!
So what do you think
no.
he's trying to
That
say?
sucks.
This guy found an iguana that wanted a resting spot.
Hey yo, who's this guy? Who's this guy? Hey Jimmy. What's up, bro? You good? You need a
These
ride,
guys
Jimmy?
realized that they could pick up the signals in this radio antenna using a
Big
plant.
Halloween hat thrown in the pool. Yeah. What the fuck is that? Wait, I'm sorry.
The
What?
signal-
What?
These guys realized that they could pick up the signals in this radio antenna using a plant.
Oh, it's a plant. I thought it was a bug. What?
For some
That's
weird
so
reason, the
cool.
snow is on fire.
Oi, use it as a source of warmth, my brother.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very,
That's
very soon.
crazy.
Later.
Later. Bro. That's fucking funny, man. These chickens are so talented. Wait. Okay, I'll make a... Hey, Jesus. Thank you. Thank you for that horrific nightmare. Goodness gracious. Okay, I will make my way to Mr. Ballin, but I need to see this chicken. I need to see this chicken, but also I need to pee. I need to pee real bad. Okay. Hey, hey, hey! Whoa, 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 my guy. Whoa. All right, let me take a piss. Okay, I'll take a pee pee real quick. I need to finish my yogurt and my what is this called? Protein shake. All right, let me take a pee pee. Okay, I'll be right back. It makes me really happy that I have this be right back thing because I don't have a BRB screen, I just have this. And it makes me happy that it is mainly used for its intended purpose. Because most of the time when I'm using it, it is pee-pee time. It is pee-pee time. I love it. Lich, how are you? How's it going? How's your Saturday? You have a good day today? Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it very much. I appreciate it very much. Alright, let's look at these daily dose of pets. Not brave enough to put BRB shit in. Well, if I was shit in, it would take me a lot longer. It would take me at least 3 more minutes. At least. You know what? I should, and I should have like a little poop emoji. Little poop emoji. You're doing well. I'm so glad to hear it. I'm so
This
glad.
is your daily dose of pets.
Hi, seal of approval. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Wait, what? They just know. They just know. That's fucking awesome. Kitty cat? Oh. Kitty cat. It's so slippery.
He's not a big fan
Aww.
of the rain. Hey, mate.
Oh my gosh, a cuddly
Okay, we're safe
kitty.
now. You're safe now.
Oh, the cuddliest kitty I've ever seen. Bro is just trying to lay down. Just chilling? We're just chilling too. I'm glad to hear it. What the fuck was that cat doing? That was so cute. A little bow tie on his head. Little bow tie.
These
Aw.
dogs are blessed.
There you go. Oh, I want kitty so bad. I want kitty. Oh my god. That dog is so cute. Holy shit. Oh. Oh my god. Me when I get you. That is so funny. Holy shit. I wish my dog liked sleeping in my bed with me. Oh my god. Oh. That's so cute. My dog does that too, but not for sirens. Hello, Gunner. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you? Thank you for joining us today. I hope you're doing well. Let me in. Oh, wow, wow, wow. And my dog does that. She goes, oh, bah, 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 bah. That's how she communicates. It's the cutest thing. Also, who in this? This is so cute. Hey, yo, get back in there, chat. Get back in there. Look at Oh my god, what a cutie patootie. Oh my god. Just rehabbing it up. What a good guy. Oh my gosh, loves the butt pets. Loves the butt rubs. Oi, oi, hey! Hey, what the hell? Snoofing. Snoofing.
How wholesome
Oh,
is
so
this?
cute. Oh my god, that's beautiful.
If the cat
That was
stops
beautiful.
themselves, they are smart.
Oh, there you go. Smarter.
Okay, well, you're dumb too.
Damn. Oh. I'm telling you, if you want to murder me, just put me in the same room as a guinea pig.
This blind and deaf
I'm
dog
definitely
finds his way
allergic.
home.
It gigantified the emote for me. It gigantified the emote for me. I don't know why it didn't do it for you. I'm sorry. But it did for me. I see it. It's
And
huge.
deaf dog finds his way home.
It's huge. Oh. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oi. Getting all clean. That's Remy right there. Getting all clean. Oh no. Imagine the bow that you could tie with those ears. Why do they look like they have pretty, luscious, long hair? They look like little angels. Oh my god, this is adorable. What? No, because then what if it sees a real koala and it thinks it's nice? Watch streak reached, but it doesn't tell me the streak number. Wait, what? What?
No, you ain't gotta swim. You ain't gotta swim. You ain't gotta. Just sit. Just sit. This is brand new. This is brand new.
This little guy wants some water.
You ain't gotta swim. Oh my god. That is the crustiest looking cat I've ever seen. That's so cute. Oh, my dogs would love that.
Very cute.
So fluffy. Oh no, gonna fall.
No.
Oh shit. Oh,
This dog is feeding
that
the
is so
stray cat.
cute. I thought it was gonna go hard. Could he had a rough night? I know. I feel like they're playing Go Fish right now. Oh my god, got so excited. What? Oh my god, the balls. Wait, but the cowlicks make it look like little eyes on the back. So cute. Oh my gosh. Uma. Oh wait, no, that's a donkey, sorry. Oh my god, wait, that's so cute. Oh.
Why? Why?
He said no more marriage.
What?
Get this shit out of here.
This dog only chews on the carpet.
So cute. The little munches. The cutest of munches. Wait, what? Oh, fucking
Weird. Our
gremlin
couch cushion
cat!
always
Holy
has this
shit!
gigantic dent in the middle, and I have no idea why. It's so weird.
Oh, it's so cute. It just wants one broccoli. The greed, I know. Is that a mother
Hidden in
clucking
plain
chicken?
sight.
That was so cute. Identify the plushie. That's so cute. Oh, hedgehog. Go hogs.
This cat
It's like
is
an
not a people
egg.
person.
Like an egg ball. Oh, bro, he's just chilling. Thought that chicken was a booty hole. Oh my god. When the booty hole starts talking back. That is so cute. I need to scruffle it.
This dog has a message.
Wanna know where a perfect person like you belongs? You. Oh! Oh shit. He told it like it is. Damn. These are so cute. They're just so wholesome and adorable. Oh my god, that's so cute. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was a... Wait, you can do this? Hamster! Hamster! Oh. What the cows are like, what the fuck do I do with this? Hamster! Planning his escape! He's escaping! Oh my god, that was so cute! I swear my dogs would do that if they could reach their harnesses. Oh man, I would be so mad. Oh, I would be so mad. Oh, moo!
Me trying to get a cute video.
Moo! Oh my god, that was so adorable. I wish my dogs would do that so much. So cute. My god, this house is crazy. What the hell is going on in this fucking house.
The neighbor's freaking chicken.
That is exactly what I pictured that person to sound like. A chicken. Hi, welcome in, welcome in. Pee-wee, I love that. Oh my
This blind and
god.
deaf dog is
Was that
excited for his
squishy?
walk.
Or like a slime type thing? He's like, come on, put it on me. Oh my god, so cute. Oh my god. Oh, with a sock. Loves the sock. That's a sock. Oh. Uma! Lizard, lizard, lizard. I love lizard. Oh, he just wants a hug. What a friendly guy. Oh, it's so tiny. Oh, they're friends. They're friends. Dude, that cat jumped. That dog jumped high.
Do you need dinner? Are you loving
Oh, the
your
majestic
toes?
ball sack.
Are you really getting in there?
Damn, that is dinner. A trail eating them beans. Mm-hmm, for real. I thought I saw a little something going on the screen. Get blessed, nerd. That's so funny. Oh my god, that is a chunker. That's a chunker cat. Oh. Oh my god, it's like Cheerios for cats. Kitty wants to be fed. Oh, lizard! 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 Oh my god, that was so cute. Get it. Oh no, fuck. No, 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 no! Oh my god, oh my
This
god, oh my
dog
god.
is an acrobat.
Oh my god, I would freak the fuck out. Damn. Bro, how do you even train a dog to do that? Oh! Oh my god, it's so cute! Azusa, hello there, welcome. Azusa Aizawa? Hello, welcome in. I appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. How are you today? How's it going?
Yes, we've got Max and Abby.
Lizard!
Come on in. Look at that. Beautiful. We've
Lizard!
got Ellie and
Snake!
Izzy. Oh, beautiful.
Snake!
Matching. And of course, we've got Brooke and Lizzie. What
Lizard!
a great combination.
Oh my
Thank
god,
you all.
what a chunker. So many lizards. Oh, I love it. Oh, trying to eat the green. Oh my god. Oh my god.
What are you doing down here? You go see trouble.
I need one. You guys don't even understand. I need one. Oh, bunny. Under the foot.
That is the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed. And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
I need a farm. I need a farm with a lot of cows on it. And then I would pet the cows. And then you want to know what else I would do? I would make them little clothes, and I would put little hats on them, and I would put them on the internet. And I would say, here are my cows with clothes on them with a hat. That's what I would do. Wait. I don't think I saw this one. Have I? What happened inside this church will shock you.
Hey guys.
Okay. I'm ready for some spooky times. As you can see with my outfit that it is spooky time. With Mr. Ballin.
On the afternoon of January 5th,
Shows our house.
1909, a 56-year-old reverend named
Fair.
John Carmichael kissed his wife and kids goodbye and then stepped out of his cottage into the cold.
Is this
and wrapped
AI?
his cloak around his black suit, and then he hopped on his
Somebody-
horse and he galloped out.
Wait. Did somebody animate this? Did somebody fucking animate this, or is this AI? What the hell? Hold on. 21st Century Schizoid Man Senior. Oh, Senior. Hello there, welcome. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you are doing well today, and thank you for the follow. I need to know. I need to know. I just imagine the money that he's bringing in and he could give to an artist. Damn.
Up onto the road. Reverend Carmichael lived
so
in the
much
rural part
better.
of Michigan, and on this day, he was making his way to another town about 9 miles away called Columbus, where he was going to host this big religious revival. Basically, he was going to hold this big sermon and try to get new people to join his church. And so as the Reverend galloped his way down the road, he saw all these kids outside having snowball fights and making snowmen, and it was just really nice.
Is this something that he usually does? Because whenever I'm watching his videos, I usually put him down and I'm doing my makeup, so I'm not looking at the video. So I don't even know, like, I don't remember seeing this. Usually it's just like photos.
Reverend, basically everybody in town knew him, and so either the kids wanted to say hi to him or their parents did.
Drink some water.
And so as the Reverend is really just trying to hustle his way to Columbus, he kept having to stop over and over again to have small talk and play nice. But after about 30 minutes, he had reached a point in the journey where all the houses were kind of behind him, and he had this kind of nice, quiet stretch where he knew he wouldn't be bothered by anybody. He had made this journey many times to Columbus, and he always looked forward to this stretch of the road. It was just very peaceful and gave him a chance to kind of just be left with his own thoughts and think about his upcoming sermon and what he wanted to say. And so as the Reverend was having this sort of peaceful...
Wait, this makes me think. This has nothing to do with the story at all, but the background it reminded me that I'm kind of sad because I have obviously I live in Florida. I live in like a very warm climate, and I'm sad because like I have so many cute little like fall clothes, but they're all like warm clothes, so I can't really like wear them here. And it makes me sad, and seeing this snow makes me want to dress up in my fall and winter clothes. Excuse me, I burped. I don't know, I always just listen to his videos with earbuds. Yeah, like I'm not usually like watching that video because like it's just a story, like he's just telling a story, so I'm not usually
trotting his way down the snowy road. He heard the sound of hooves fast approaching him, and so the Reverend turned around and he saw there was this very rough-looking guy wearing this brown stained shirt with a long overcoat over it, and the guy's hair was slicked back and greasy, and he had this big weird grin on his face, and he was waving wildly at the Reverend, obviously trying to flag him down. Now inside, the Reverend did not want to talk to this guy because he knew who this guy was. His name was Gideon Browning, and he lived in the town where the Reverend lived, and he was known for being kind of erratic and had a horrible drinking problem.
And greasy.
And frankly, you know, the Reverend just wanted to be left alone. Here he was enjoying his ride, and here comes the town drunk.
Reverend.
You know, he doesn't want to be around this guy. But
thought you were there to help people.
The Reverend understood that he was the Reverend in town.
Yeah.
People knew who he was. He couldn't just be a jerk to people. He had to be kind. And so he smiled at Gideon and waved to him to be polite, but was dreading this interaction with Gideon. And in fact,
wait, why was the horse side-eyeing him?
Enough, the Reverend, over the past...
The horse is side-eyeing him. Wait. Look at the horse. The horse is like, Holy shit. Alright, okay. Alright, I get that one. I get that. I like that one.
And in fact, weirdly enough, the Reverend, over the past several weeks, had been running into Gideon all over town, to the point where it was becoming weird that he just kept seeing Gideon. And every time he interacted with Gideon, it was just awful.
Mason, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for joining us. How's it going?
Here he was, once again, having to have yet another interaction with Gideon. And as soon as Gideon came right up alongside the Reverend, his first question was, "Hey, Reverend, can I ride with you?" And the Reverend, again, is like, my goodness, I don't want to do this right now. But he was like, of course we can ride together.
Ask the horse.
Much immediately, the Reverend regretted this decision because Gideon would just not shut up. He just talked the entire time they were supposed to be in this peaceful part of the Reverend's journey. But not only that,
I'm doing very
the
well.
questions
Thank you for
Gideon was
asking.
asking Reverend the whole time they were riding together were sort of invasive. Gideon wanted to know exactly where the Reverend was going and what he was doing there, and how many churches did the Reverend own, and just all these personal questions. And sort of against his better judgment, the Reverend was being truthful with Gideon. He told Gideon that he was going to Columbus to have this big revival, and he also told Gideon about one of the churches that he owned in a town called Rattle Run. And as the Reverend was again kind of giving up this information he kind of wished he wasn't, he noticed Gideon began doing something strange. As Gideon was galloping along, keeping a fixed gaze on the Reverend, Gideon reached into his pocket and pulled out a silver coin and began flipping the coin into the air and catching it, flipping it, and catching it over and over and over again, never affecting his riding. I mean, it was like Gideon wasn't even aware he was flicking this coin. And the Reverend, he's kind of watching Gideon.
Also, when he first asked if he could ride with the Reverend, I thought he meant like on the same horse, and I was like, what? Why would he ask to get on the same horse as the Reverend? Like, hey, Reverend, can I get on your horse with you and ride with you? That's what he thought. I didn't realize that he also had a horse.
Do this. And it was sort of impressive. Like, Gideon was just able to flick this coin over and over and never drop it and just keep on stride. But more than just being impressed with Gideon's hand-eye coordination, the Reverend began to notice that he really liked what Gideon was doing with this coin. It was kind of soothing in a way. Not so much the actual coin flipping in the air, but the sound it was making. The sound of it spinning in the air and slapping into his palm over and over again. It just kind of put the Reverend at ease, and he didn't know why.
Hypnosis.
And so after a while, the Reverend just kind of stopped answering Gideon's questions and just kind of stared at the coin and listened to that sound.
This is so
weird. He just felt himself drift into this weird, relaxed state, almost like he felt asleep. And so as this weird thing is going on with this coin,
hypnosis.
the two men eventually reach this crossroads where there's a general store, and at this point, Gideon catches his coin, puts it back in his pocket, and the two men, they come to a stop at this general store,
hypnotized.
even though the Reverend did not want to go to this general store. He just kind of followed Gideon up to the hitching post. They both got off their horses. They tied their horses to the post. And again, the Reverend's thinking, I can't stop here. I gotta go to Columbus. I gotta get to this revival.
But
Gideon just turns to the Reverend and says, hey, we gotta make a stop here. We need to get something. And the Reverend found himself saying, okay, what are we gonna get? And the Reverend's thinking, what am I saying? I don't want to do this. I don't want to stop here. I gotta go. But he just stood there, just waiting for Gideon to tell him what they were going to buy.
He's under a spell.
With that big grin on his face again, he said, well, actually, I'm not going to go into the store. You are. You're going to go in there, you're going to buy me a new hatchet, and you're going to bring it out here and give it to me. And now everything about this was totally weird to the Reverend. He did not feel like this was a normal request, nor did he want to go in the store.
Brother, there's no way I can be hypnotized.
For some reason, he
I
said,
cannot.
okay.
No.
And he turned and shuffled in the store.
Or you guys, do you think that you could be hypnotized? Do that? Like, I think we've had this conversation before, but like, I don't think I would ever be able to be hypnotized. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in it. But one of my aunts, she went to see a hypnotist for smoking. Because I guess that's a thing. I don't know. And she actually never picked up a cigarette again. Now, I don't know if that's like she really believed in it, so she was hypnotized, or if she truly just like quit cold turkey. But she swears it was because of the hypnotism, and I don't. Sure, if it works for her, then that's perfect. But I do not believe in it at all. I don't think that I could ever be hypnotized. I think if you believe in it and you allow yourself to be hypnotized, then maybe you're just really impressionable. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think I could ever let somebody get in my head that way. So like, I have a hard time believing this kind of story where like the Reverend of all people, like what? A lot, if not all, hypnotism is a placebo. That's what, like, excuse me, sorry I burped. It has to be a fucking, there we go. It has to be like that you're just impressionable. Like I don't know.
Hatchet, paid for it with his own money, walked outside, handed it over to Gideon, and then at this point, the Reverend just wanted to get on his horse and get away from Gideon. But the second the Reverend got back on his horse to do that, Gideon hopped on his horse and said, hold on a minute, Reverend. We're not done yet. Now we're going to go to your church and Rattle Run, because I'm getting married soon and I'm thinking about maybe getting married in your church, and I want to scope it out. And so the Reverend at this, who again,
who the hell is
just
gonna marry
wants
this
to go
crazy
to Columbus. He doesn't want to be around Gideon at all, but for some reason he just said, okay, yeah, we'll go to my church in Rattle Run. And so at this point, Gideon pulled out his coin and started flipping it again and again. And the two men rode side by side in the direction of Rattle Run. And the whole time, the Reverend's thinking, what am I doing? Why are we doing this? And also, in addition to just brain fog and confusion, the Reverend also realized that Gideon was clearly lying to him because he knew Gideon was married. So what's he talking about needing to scope out his church to see about potentially getting married there? That didn't make sense.
Story,
why was Gideon actually wanting to go to his church? The Reverend didn't know, but he was really starting to feel scared. But again, he just couldn't stop agreeing to the things
Golden Cream, hi, how are you?
So the two men galloped
Thank you for joining us today. How's it going?
The whole time Gideon's flipping that coin and staring at the Reverend, and the Reverend's just totally transfixed on the coin. And then they get to the church. Gideon puts the coin in his pocket. The two men hitch their horses to the post outside. They go up to the front door. The Reverend unlocks it. They go inside. And sort of automatically, the Reverend walked to the back of the church.
I don't think that this background is AI that he's like in front of right now. It's really beautiful. We never see winters like that anymore. At least not in New Hampshire. When I was a kid, we used to have winters like that where everything would just be covered in white and it was beautiful. I have not seen that in so long. Golden Cream, how are you today? It's good to see you.
Church, and he lit the stove, and then as he was walking back towards the front, where Gideon was still standing right in front of the doorway, Gideon suddenly told the Reverend to stop where he was.
It's so beautiful, but we never see it anymore.
He's just looking at Gideon, who's got that coin back out, and he's flipping it up and down again. And at this point, the Reverend just looks at Gideon and says, well, do you want to look around? And Gideon, who's flipping that coin up and down, just says, no, I don't need to look around. There is no wedding. Hey, Reverend, go ahead and lift up your left arm. And at this point, the Reverend is terrified, he's confused, and his left arm just suddenly raised up into the air. He had no control over it. And then a second later, Gideon says, hey, go ahead and raise your other arm. And so the Reverend, who's still got his left arm out to one side, felt his right arm come up to the other side. And so at this point, the Reverend's just standing there with his arms out to the side.
Dude, I'm so mad. This Reverend, what? There's no fucking way. Reverend, what's wrong with you? Just stop. Just, I have, you want this to happen. I genuinely feel like he's like allowing it to happen. Do you know what I mean? Like, bro, you're not hypnotized. You're not hypnotized.
And it was at this point that the Reverend understood what was going on. Clearly, Gideon had hypnotized him. That could be the only explanation for what was going on here. But before the Reverend could say or do anything about how totally weird the situation was, Gideon, who was flipping that coin and had a big grin on his face the whole time he was making the Reverend raise his arms up, suddenly Gideon's face completely changed, and he became deadly serious, and he was staring at the Reverend, and then he dropped the coin to the ground and began moving towards the Reverend. The following day, around noon, the caretaker for Reverend Carmichael's Rattle Run Church made his way to that church to check in on the baby. He knew Reverend Carmichael was going to be in Columbus for a few days, so he just wanted to make sure, nothing was out of the ordinary. And as this caretaker galloped up to this small white steepled church, he noticed right away there was a column of smoke coming up out of the chimney. Clearly, there was a fire lit inside of the church, and the caretaker's thinking,
he's like a
that doesn't make any sense. The Reverend is not supposed to be here, so who could possibly be in the church right now? And then after the caretaker got up to the front door, he was about to put his key in the lock when he discovered the door was already unlocked. And so instinctively, he put his hand on his pistol on his hip, and then he grabbed the handle and he flung the door open. And when he looked inside the church, he just froze. Because the entire interior of the church was drenched in blood. There was blood on the pews, the walls, on the altar, and then also amongst all this blood, the caretaker also noticed there were little pieces of ripped up fabric all over the place, and he saw one of them had a unique button sewn into it. A button he recognized as belonging on Reverend Carmichael's suit. And so the caretaker is horrified. He's looking around. He doesn't see anybody, but he sees there's a drag trail right down the center aisle all the way up to the altar, and it curves around to the right out of view. Now, the caretaker wanted to turn and run away, But he was
But
worried
he's the
that maybe
caretaker.
Reverend
He can't do
Carmichael
that. He's
was
not
in
allowed.
here
He can't do
somewhere
that.
and
He can't
was
do
maybe
that,
still
man.
alive and he could help him. And so
Yeah.
the caretaker felt like it was his responsibility to investigate. And so he drew his pistol and he began walking down this bloody aisle, kind of looking around for any
Oh,
sign
that's
of
nasty.
anybody inside the church, but it was deadly silent. And he eventually got about halfway down the aisle.
He's
where
a
he spotted
caretaker. He
silver
needs to
coin sitting
care.
in the middle of
He
the aisle,
needs to.
covered in blood, and he kept
It's his
on
job.
walking to where the blood trail turned around the pew, and it led right up to that stove that was obviously still smoldering, and the door to the stove was shut, so the caretaker couldn't see what was inside of it. And so the caretaker just walked up to the stove, and after looking around one more time to make sure nobody else was in here, he opened up the stove, and inside the stove was a human skull.
It's a
News
skull!
of Reverend Carmichael's horrific murder very quickly spread all around town and beyond just that town. I mean, this was all over the place. And within 24 hours, there was this huge police investigation that was launched to try to figure out who killed him. And very quickly, the
What a
police
hypno
in Rattle
man.
Run spoke to the sheriff of the town where the Reverend lived, and they
What a
learned
hypno
that on
guy.
the same day that Reverend Carmichael had left to go to Columbus and then obviously was killed inside of his church, well, on that same day, a
So
man
sad.
named
That's
Gideon
so
Browning had this really big blow-up public fight in town, same town as Reverend Carmichael, with his brother-in-law. And this fight was so explosive, lots of people saw it and heard it, and people said after this big fight with his brother-in-law, Gideon had hopped on his horse and rode off angrily. And the kids in that town who were
Okay.
outside that day having snowball fights and building snowmen, they would say that they saw Reverend Carmichael traveling down this road because he talked to all the kids and their parents, and not long
Yeah, he
after
talked to
Reverend
everyone.
Carmichael had kind of disappeared down the road,
He
they
talked
also
to
reported
everyone.
seeing Gideon Browning coming down the same road, heading in the same direction as Reverend
That
Carmichael.
greasy
And after
little
that,
slippery
nobody
fucker.
had seen Gideon since. And so very quickly, Gideon became the #1 suspect in this murder. And basically the thought was, Gideon was so
He's a
angry
witch.
from this
He
fight with his
hypnotized him.
brother-in-law that he must have
Witch.
just taken out his anger on the Reverend. Basically, the Reverend was in the wrong place at the wrong time and got killed. Now, the police knew this was a flimsy theory at best, but Gideon had a reputation for being totally erratic and
He
a
bought
total
the hatchet,
drunk.
right? He bought
And
a
so it
hatchet.
kind of fit
wonder what
with
he
who
did
he
with it.
was, that this was something maybe he would do. And
my
so
gosh,
within
his knee
24
hurts.
hours of the murder, there was this huge multi-statewide manhunt for Gideon. 3 days later, and 500 miles away from the town of Rattle Run, in a city in Illinois, a man opened the door to a boarding house and stepped inside. And the owner of the boarding house, her name was Miranda Hughes, she was sitting behind the front desk, and when she looked up and saw this man, she had to stifle a gasp, because this man looked absolutely horrible. He was wearing this really
Bloody?
dark stained brown shirt with a long
Ew.
overcoat over it, and he was shivering and skinny and pale,
Oh,
and
no.
just looked like he was about to die, basically. But the man just walked up to her and said his name was John Elder, and he wanted to rent a room. Now, Miranda, for a second, thought about
What the
refusing
hell?
this guy's service, just because, honestly, he kind of frightened her. But then again, Miranda
Miranda,
thought,
it's
"You know what?
within your
A lot of my
right.
guests
It's
are
within
pretty
your
rough
right,
these
Miranda."
days. This guy's got money and he wants a room, so there you go. I'll give him a room. So she brought him upstairs to a room on the second floor. She opened
Spooky,
it up. John
spooky.
stepped inside, and Miranda, as a courtesy, said, "Hey, do you want me to make you some food?" And John, without even turning around, just says, "No, I'm fasting," and then he shut the door.
What?
in her
What?
face. For the rest of the weekend,
Is that the
despite what
Reverend?
John told
Do we think that's the
Miranda,
Reverend?
Miranda would come up to his room and leave food outside of his door at every
Aw.
mealtime. It was something she did for her guests. But John never came out to get the food. And for a little while, Miranda was actually kind of concerned about this guy, considering how terrible he looked. And, now he's fasting. That didn't seem healthy. But at the same time, Miranda was kind of happy to not have to deal with this guy. And so she basically ignored him. But on the morning of January 12th, so
Mr.
1 week
Ballin's
after the murder,
storytelling?
and 3 days after John Elder had checked into this boarding house,
I do
Miranda
like
was
his
walking across the
storytelling.
back lawn of this boarding house when she heard what sounded like somebody moaning in pain.
You know what? I would say like a 7 or 8 out of 10. A 7 or 8 out of 10. Stoic Cat, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for joining us. We are watching some Mr. Ballin. He be ballin', bro.
Coming from the outhouse. Now, normally Miranda would
Not
never
ballin'
even
enough
think
to
of going to the outhouse and
hire
seeing
an
if somebody
artist,
was
but, you
okay
know.
in there. But the sound this person was making sounded so obviously like they were in pain that she just couldn't help herself. And so Miranda ran to the door of this outhouse and she yelled inside, "Hey, are you okay in there?" And the only sound she heard coming out was more moaning and whimpering.
Oh my
And so
god, what the
acting on a gut
fuck?
instinct, Miranda grabbed the door
Did it
and
sound
flung
like,
it
or did it sound like like that, like somebody taking a shit, like
open,
what
and
kind of
what she
moaning?
saw made her scream. It
Oh,
was
we
John
gotta find
Elder,
out.
and he was sitting on the toilet looking up at her with wide, panicked eyes, and his throat had been slashed from ear to ear.
Oh,
He basically
shit.
deep into his neck. This was a fatal wound, and he was bleeding everywhere. And so Miranda stumbled backwards, turned around, and ran to go find police. By the time the police arrived at the boarding house and went to the outhouse, John Elder was already dead from this horrible wound. And at first, the police did not connect the death of John Elder to what had happened in Rattle Run 500 miles away. They were totally disconnected.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
That is, until police searched
500
John
miles
Elder,
is
and they found in
insane.
one of his pockets was a blood-stained letter addressed to the sheriff of Rattle Run. And as soon as the police read it, they knew they had something huge on their hands. Because John
This is
Elder
so goofy.
was not who he said he was. To understand
Excuse me,
who
Amber.
John Elder was, and to even begin to understand what happened in Rattle Run, we need to go back to January 6th, the day that Reverend Carmichael left his house and began making the journey to Columbus for this big revival. During that journey, Reverend Carmichael did come in contact with Gideon Browning. Gideon Browning came up alongside him. They rode together. You know, they went to that general store, and Reverend Carmichael did buy that hatchet for Gideon, and they did go to the Rattle Run Church. But the reason they did all these strange activities together is not because Gideon had hypnotized Reverend Carmichael. The actual reason for why they did these things together is even more bizarre.
Have you
In
tried
the weeks
refreshing?
leading up to that
You
fateful
refresh
day,
maybe?
January
And
6th,
you can
Reverend Carmichael
get channel
was
points?
running into Gideon Browning all the time, all over town. It was like everywhere the Reverend went, there was
do
Gideon.
your-
And then on January 6th,
Close
when
and
the
open
Reverend
it?
is making his way
Close and
down the
open?
road, and he turns and sees
Refresh?
Gideon Browning coming up alongside him, he's like, oh my goodness, it's happening again. But the way the Reverend handled this was not to say, wow, what a strange coincidence. I keep running into this guy everywhere I go. Instead, the Reverend believed that Gideon must have some sort of special power, that he's
No,
able
he
to know where I
doesn't.
am at all times, and he's using that power to try to intimidate me by spying on me. And so on January 6th, when Gideon came galloping up alongside of the Reverend,
Bro thinks he has to have a power used against him to be intimidated. He's just intimidated.
Reverend's already completely paranoid and on edge about Gideon, fearing this guy has magical powers, basically. And then when Gideon pulled out that coin and began flipping it into the air,
It's
which
like
apparently was
like
just
a-
something he did,
like a
the
horror,
Reverend took
yeah.
that as, oh my goodness.
But
In
they're supposed
addition
to be
having
real.
magical powers to always know where I am, Gideon also
Nah,
has the
bro,
power
he's
of
spying on you.
hypnosis. And that coin that I can't take my eyes off,
He's
that
stalking
sounds so
you.
incredible, and it's soothing me. Well, that is hypnotizing me. Gideon is now controlling me and my thoughts and my
I think
body.
the only thing that it would do, like if somebody was trying to hypnotize me, I think it would just make me fall asleep. Like if I were to genuinely stay there and like try, you know, to let something happen, I think I would just end up falling asleep because I'm so fucking bored at staring at it the whole time.
And so at this point, the Reverend actually believed he was hypnotized, and so he just kind of began going along with anything Gideon wanted. And so it's assumed that Gideon did want to stop at the general store and just kind of said, hey, do you want to stop at the general store? And the Reverend's like, yes, I'll stop at the general store. And then
My
maybe
God.
Gideon
Hi,
asked the
Vlad,
Reverend,
how
hey, do you
are
mind
you?
buying me a new hatchet?
Thank you
and
for
the Reverend's
joining
like,
us.
yes, I'll buy you a new hatchet. And he goes in, gets the hatchet, comes back out. And then apparently, you know, Gideon said, hey, I want to go check out your church in Rattle Run. And the Reverend was like, yeah, okay, let's go check it out. And then when they got to the church, at some point,
He
the
fucking
Reverend just
murdered.
went to the middle of the church and put his arms out to either side like he was Jesus Christ nailed to the cross, even though, you know, Gideon had not made him do that. This is the Reverend, like, caught up in his own delusion. As
Yes,
he's standing there
yes,
like
thank
this,
you.
Gideon, who's flipping the coin,
Dear
fumbles it and it
business,
falls
dear
to the
business.
ground. And the Reverend, who believes that coin has full control over what he's doing, he thought, oh my gosh, the spell is now broken. I need to save myself. And so the Reverend ran and grabbed that hatchet, and he forced Gideon to take off all his clothes, and then he made Gideon hand the clothes over, and once the Reverend had those clothes, he hacked Gideon to pieces.
Oh my God, oh wow. That is the scariest. So true story horror. Yes, yes. Bro really thought he was hypnotized, so he fucking hacked a guy to death. What the fuck? I was not expecting that.
And then burned his body in that stove.
Oh
and then
my
after
God.
this horrific murder, the Reverend took his own suit and basically ripped it off and shredded it to bits and then kind of threw it all around the church
What
to
the
make it seem
fuck?
like he had been the one who was killed and that was his skull
This
inside
man
the
should not
stove.
be a reverend.
And then he put on all of Gideon Browning's clothes, the brown dirty shirt and
Ew.
long coat, and then
His
he traveled
greasy
500
wear.
miles to Miranda Hughes's boarding house, where he went inside and booked a room under the pseudonym John Elder. And while
I thought, okay, this is what I was thinking. Either Gideon killed him or Gideon made him kill someone that he like kidnapped and like kept in the church or something. That's what I was thinking would happen. And then like the Reverend like went up like after Gideon like told him like, hey, go find a room up there. I don't know, you know? Excuse me, M. Night Shyamalan could never.
While the Reverend was
I'm
hiding
dead.
out inside of this boarding house, the police in Rattle Run very quickly figured out that the body inside of the church, the skull inside of the stove, and the remains that were in there did not
Nasty.
belong to Reverend Carmichael.
Yeah.
They belonged to Gideon Browning. And so immediately it went from, Gideon Browning must have done it to
What kind of gamer subs do you
Reverend
have?
Carmichael is the killer and he killed Gideon. But before
Hello,
they could
noob,
track
welcome.
the Reverend down,
How are ya?
Reverend Carmichael,
How's it
aka
going?
John Elder, had gone into that outhouse and slit his own throat. However, when the police searched John Elder's body, so Reverend Carmichael's
What?
body, they would find that blood-stained letter addressed to the sheriff in Rattle Run.
took him a
and
minute to
basically,
die.
it was a confession. Now, granted, it was the confession of Reverend Carmichael, who genuinely believed Gideon had hypnotized him and had all these
Oh my
special powers,
God.
and he basically was acting in self-defense. But nonetheless, it was still a confession to murder. Now,
Yeah,
of course, there's lots
what
of
the
details in
hell?
the story that we can't be totally sure of. Like, we don't really know what the discussions were like between Reverend Carmichael and Gideon Browning when they met on that road and then eventually made their way to the church and the murder happened. This is basically just the best theory around what happened. Also, it's
Wow.
worth noting that there was a history of mental illness in Reverend Carmichael's family, but this story happened at a time when nobody took mental health seriously.
Yeah, of course,
And so
of
it's very
course.
unlikely that even if authorities had known about
Something
that,
had
that
to
this
be
crime could
done.
have been prevented.
Oi, thank you. Here, I'll show you what my outfit actually looks like.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments.
It's me.
And remember, we have hundreds of videos for you to binge right now. But
it
if
is.
you're looking for a recommendation from me of that one
It's
video
this
that's
one
worth your
right
time,
here.
well, it's this one right here.
Ah,
give it a
yeah, I
watch.
fucking said it. I fucking said it. Oh, let's go. I fucking said it. I said the thing. It's this one right here. Oi, ooh, forest encounters? I do like the forest encounters. I do like forest creepy things. But also I really like ones that are like super real. I've watched like all of his like... Wait, he just uploaded 2 minutes ago? Yo!
Have you ever wondered
Wait, we have
what
to...
happened?
We have to... Never been this early before. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. I get to do that. I get to do that today.
When you die.
Hell yeah.
Well, today, I'm going to tell you 3 stories
Brand new ballin'. Brother, we just keep ballin', don't we?
that all give insights into what might actually happen.
Ooh,
And these are not
when we
hokey
die?
stories. These are stories with, like, evidence, photographic evidence in some cases. These are deep, unsettling stories. But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious,
No,
delivered in
not the
story
like
format,
button, not the like
you've come to the
button.
right place, because that's all we do.
No.
And we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the like button's house
No.
and flip all of their wall-mounted TVs upside down. Also, please subscribe to our channel.
I won't
and turn
do
on
it,
all
Mr.
notifications
Ballin.
so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads.
Fucking that like button
Okay,
shit.
let's get into today's stories.
Bull Blast, Enemy Girl Thigh, Kissy Kissy Passion, and Gigi Cherry. Oh my god, okay, I love Blowhole Blast probably the most, but I haven't tried Kissy Kissy Passion yet. Enemy Girl Thighs is so good too. It's so good. Hit Scream.
On the evening of December 27th, 1984, a 16-year-old boy named John Bulware sat in the passenger seat of his best friend's Jeep as they drove down a residential road in St. Paul, Minnesota. John's best friend was driving, and two more of their friends from school were in the back seat. They were all talking and laughing and
There goes
singing
my
along to
protein
the
shake.
radio. It was
drank
dark
it all.
outside and it was rainy and kind of an awful
Give me head
night,
pats.
but John didn't care.
Give
He
me
was
head
way too
pats.
excited
I did so well.
because that night he and his buddies were on their way to see the megastar musician Prince perform live.
No way.
So Prince was obviously
way.
a massive, massive star at the time. And
You should
anyone
mix
at the
those.
time would have been
You should
pretty
mix those
excited to
for
go
sure.
see him perform live. But this was a particularly big deal for John and his friends because Prince was actually from Minneapolis, Minnesota, which was just 20 minutes away from St. Paul.
Put baby powder in your butt and fart out a cloud of smoke onto the sacred tomb of George Washington. Now like the video. What the fuck?
So it was kind of like they were going to see their hometown hero. Now, John and his
Oh my
friends
God.
didn't expect to become, huge rock star gods like Prince. But there was just something about seeing, this hometown guy achieve his dreams on an international scale.
Yeah.
It was just really inspiring. And so again, John and his friends are just
Hi, Teddy
so
Mocha,
stoked
how
about this
are
concert.
you?
Like they can't wait to get there.
Thanks for
And
joining
so
us
John,
today. I hope you're
with all
doing
this
well.
excitement, he turns around to talk to his friends in the backseat about this concert and how great it's going to be.
Allison
Right as he
Botha?
turns around, he hears a loud screeching sound,
Botha?
and he whips his head back around just in time to see the headlights
I'll
of the
definitely
car
check that
aimed
person
at this
out.
tree that they're careening
Thank you.
straight towards. He screams, he hears his friends screaming, they smash into the tree, and everything goes dark. A few minutes later, a St. Paul police officer
Real
named
photo of the
Brian
wrecked
Coyle
Jeep? Kind of fucking... What happened to this photo? Was this as it was happening? What happened to this photo?
and his patrol partner pulled up behind the now wrecked Jeep. They'd been on their regular patrol when they got a call about the car crash. Now, the call hadn't come from anybody in the crash, so they really didn't know what to expect. Now, when Coyle stepped out of his own car and walked towards the wreck, you know, it was raining and dark out, and, you know, the visibility wasn't great.
Yikers,
but
bro.
right away, he saw there were 3 teenagers who were standing upright outside of the car. Now,
Okay,
they
okay.
looked pretty shaken up, and they visibly had some cuts on their body, but, you know, overall, his assessment was they were basically okay. And so while Coyle's partner went to go examine the wreck itself, Coyle walked up to these teenagers, and one of them, through tears, explained to Coyle that he had been driving, and he said he had been just going too fast, and he tried to take a sharp turn, and he hydroplaned, lost control,
Yikes.
and they hit the tree. And then the driver said, it didn't matter though how this happened, because what mattered now is his friend, John, is still in the car, and he's not moving. And so Officer Coyle left the teenagers and told them to stay put.
Oh, no,
and he walked
no.
over to the wreck where his partner was.
That's so sad.
Coyle, he knelt down and he looked inside the Jeep, and he saw the other teenager, John, slumped over inside the passenger seat, and he wasn't moving.
Dude, what? Okay, what kind of a camera are they using if, like, this, like, light, like, all this light stuff is also, oh, God, that's disturbing.
So Coyle asked his partner, hey, have you checked him? Is he okay? And the partner looked at Coyle and just said, no, he's dead. So Officer Coyle took a deep breath.
That's so
and
sad.
while his partner called for backup and taped off the scene, Coyle went back to John's friends and broke the news as gently as he could.
Oh my
But, of
God,
course,
that's so
they were all
sad.
devastated. The only thing Coyle
Survival
could do to help
story?
them was to call an
Ooh.
ambulance
I
to
love
come
those
and
types
take
of
them to the
stories.
hospital to get checked out. Once the ambulance had taken them away, and once John's body had been removed from the Jeep, Officer Coyle and his partner began to document the scene.
God, so
taking
sad, and they were
photos
so
of the
young.
crashed car with a camera. Now, this was all standard practice, and so while they did it, they didn't think anything of it. However, about a week later, when Coyle and his partner were reviewing the photos they took, Coyle noticed something shocking. One of the pictures that Officer Coyle had taken was so bizarre that it ended up in newspapers, not only in Minnesota, but all over the country. Even today,
Wow.
30 plus years later, people are still talking about it.
Oh,
When you
maybe
see
we've
this
seen it
photo,
before.
You'll understand why. This is the photograph. And if you look at the top right, above the Jeep's open door, you'll see something that could just be a flash of light, but to Officer Coyle and so many others
mean,
who
it
looked
looks
at this
like-
photograph, they say that weird apparition-looking thing above the
What?
Jeep looks eerily similar to John Boulware's face, the 16-year-old victim
don't know
of the
about
car
that.
crash. And it almost looks like this photograph captured like the moment of John's spirit departing Earth. Like it's showing
Oh my
his
God, that's
final
fucked up.
moment in life, like when he died, screaming as the car is about to crash into this tree.
It looks like the camera, like, fucked up. Like, something, like, messed with the camera. That's actually so fucked up though. What the fuck? By the pool. But I kinda have to pee-pee though. I kinda have to pee-pee a little bit. Oh my god. I gotta take a fucking leak, brother. I gotta take a piss, a fat piss, if I've ever had one. Alright, let me take a pee-pee. Go piss, girl. I go piss. I go pee-pee. Well, let me put on some music for you guys. I have to pee-pee a lot. Stinky bug hater, welcome in! Thank you, I'll go pee-pee. I'll be right back, I'll be right back. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa! No, you can't run. You can't run. You're not allowed to. And no telling the newcomers to run. There's no basement. There's no basement. I don't have a basement. You guys are elsewhere. I mean, I would never do that to you guys. Come on. Come on, guys. Come on. Don't scare people away. No! Oh, my God. Actually, I was just thinking about how last year, so a lot of you guys were not here last year, which makes me really happy to see so many new people in chat. It makes me really happy. But last year, some of you may remember, when I was in my old house, it took me forever. I would have to run across my house to run to use the restroom. But now my bathroom is right next to my current room, so it takes me, excuse me, about 5 seconds to walk from my desk into the bathroom. Amazing. Good stuff, good stuff. Good stuff, I love it. Okay, all right.
One evening
let's
in the
talk
summer of
about the pool.
1974, a 60-year-old doctor
Oh,
named Julian
Jesus.
Kerchick sat beside his backyard pool in his home in Old Westbury, New York,
Photo quality scared the
which is
shit
a
out of
suburb
me.
of New York City. It was a quiet, sunny day, and Dr. Kerchick was glad to have some time to relax.
Nice.
He was a surgeon at a local hospital, and he also had a wife
So it read
and 4
in the
children.
poo.
So
In the
it was
poo.
not often that he got a moment of peace for himself. And so Dr. Kerchick leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes and tried to relax for a second, when all of a sudden he heard something rustle in the bushes nearby. Now, at first, he just figured it must be a squirrel or a bird or something.
You know
so
what I
he didn't
want?
even bother opening his eyes. Like, this is
I want Thai food so bad right now. I want Thai food to be in my mouth right now.
just nature. It's
So
fine.
bad.
But this rustling sound persisted, and it just wouldn't stop. And so eventually, Dr. Kerchick did open his eyes,
Yeah.
and he got up out of his chair to go see what was going on.
Mhm.
Now, these bushes were like 20 feet away from the doctor, and so in order to truly investigate, he had to get up and actually walk over there. And so he gets up, and he takes a few steps when he suddenly freezes. Because now, when he's looking at the bushes,
yeah.
he sees there is someone standing, basically in the bushes. A person.
Oh, fuck
But he
that.
realized
Oh, I'm
this
all
person
set,
was not
brother.
a normal-looking person. The person was wearing what appeared to be this dark,
It's his
long
time.
robe.
It's his time. It's the Grim Reaper. It's his time. Coming to collect him. Oh my god. Brother, it's your time. Sorry. Hey, sorry. Hi, RP. How are you? Thank you for joining us. How's it going? 2 hours left at work. Yay! I'm glad that you only have 2 hours left. Hopefully they go by quick. We're watching some Mr. Ballin, and this person is seeing somebody outside their house. I think it's the Grim Reaper. 2 hours, too many.
Robe that covered their whole body. And in fact, the robe kind of obscured their face. It was like they were this dark presence just standing there in the middle of these bushes.
Definitely
and so
Grim
Dr.
Reaper.
Kerchik is just frozen, having no idea how to react to this. I mean, does he call out for help? Does he, chase this guy out of his yard? Like, what does he do here? And as he's standing there transfixed, this person in the robe extends one of their arms, this long, skinny arm, and kind of begins to beckon Dr. Kerchik towards them. And
Going
Dr.
out for
Kerchik
Thanksgiving
went
dinner?
from being
Oh,
sort of
yay.
startled to being...
Hear me out, brother. Hear you out on what? You like the creepy death hands? Is that what you want? Is that what you like? all right. I'll hear you out. I like some weird shit too. I get you. Yes, the nosebleed. I'm fucking dead. RP, what kind of a Thanksgiving dinner? You said hear me out to worse. All right, okay. Don't expose me like that. Don't throw me under the bus like this. What the hell? Oh my god. What kind of a Thanksgiving dinner are you getting? You have no idea? So like, is Canadian Thanksgiving like? Is it similar? Is it usually similar to like American Thanksgiving where you all sit down to a big like turkey dinner? Who's your hear me out? I feel like we once upon a time did like a Five Nights at Freddy's like smash or pass stream, and there may have been something in there. I don't know. Mom was in a bad mood this morning, so we didn't talk about it. Oi, okay. Oi! Rocky! Thank you so much for the brain! Welcome in, Raiders! Thank you! How are you? How's it going? How was your stream? I hope it was amazing. Your Halloween outfit is so cute. Thank you. I like this little hat. What did you guys do for your stream? Welcome in. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Kaiya. I am a Strawberry Demon VTuber, and I usually like to do spooky things. Whether that's playing a spooky game or watching spooky things. We're watching Mr. Ballin be ballin'. Blue Protocol. Oh, very nice. Did you have a good time? I love it. I'm glad that you are here, and I'm very grateful that you joined us and rated me with your community and brought your community over here. I very much appreciate it. I appreciate you so much. Please, if you guys need a raid and run, no worries. If you need to get yourself something to eat or drink, take a little shower if you're a little stinky. But don't worry, we like to stink a little bit, so don't even worry about it if you don't want to shower. It's totally fine. I appreciate you guys being here. Yay! So this guy has like the Grim Reaper in his backyard, and he doesn't know what to do about it exactly. So we gonna find out what he does.
Terrified.
Purple guy,
This
as you hear me
figure
out.
Basically looked like the Grim
Bonnie?
Reaper. And it felt like...
Dude, I fucking said it! It's a Grim Reaper, bro!
Now, the Grim Reaper is beckoning him to come with him.
It's
to
his
come
time.
die, basically.
It's
that was
his
the
time.
feeling he suddenly had. And it was unbelievably
What are you doing in that
overwhelming.
situation?
And so Dr. Kerchik is staring, horrified. He blinks for a second, and the man is gone. Over the next few days, Dr. Kerchik obsessed over what he had just seen. I mean, really, it felt like he had just witnessed the Grim Reaper, and worse, that the Grim Reaper
Can you
was
imagine like doing that to somebody? Like you're playing a prank on somebody and you dress up as the fucking Grim Reaper, and like, can you imagine like, cause either that guy hallucinated or somebody is playing a prank on him. Can you imagine doing that to somebody and now they're fucking paranoid that the Grim Reaper wants to take them? Oh, fucking dead. Thank you for the berry
he was signaling
offering.
to Dr. Kerchik that his time on Earth had come to an end, that his death was imminent. That's what Dr. Kerchik is thinking. But Dr. Kerchik, he's a surgeon. He's a man of science and reason, and he can't understand how this could have happened. I mean, even if it was just
Thank
a
you so much.
hallucination, it was so...
I hope you have a great Thanksgiving. I hope it's good, and I hope that your mom is in a better mood when you get back home. I hope she's all right, and take care, okay? We'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Vivid. It was so visceral. Like, how could this be? What's going on with him? But the problem Dr. Kerchik had was, who's he going to talk to about this? Hey, by the way, I saw the Grim Reaper, and now I'm worried I'm going to die soon. Or maybe somebody in my family's going to die soon, or a patient is going to die soon. Like, who's gonna have that conversation with him? But at the same time that he was feeling increasingly
I tell everybody I
isolated
know.
because of this, whatever he saw.
I don't even give a fuck if they didn't believe me. I would tell everyone. I'd be like, look, I don't care if you think I'm crazy. This is exactly what the fuck I saw. I don't care. You guys would know. If I saw the fucking Grim Reaper, I would tell you guys. I would tell you guys immediately.
He couldn't help but feel like it was
I'd be like, you would never guess what happened today. You'll never guess what I fucking saw. And you guys will believe me because you know I wouldn't lie to you like that.
And it was driving him
But you might
mad.
think I'm crazy.
Like, I'm not doing anything and something bad is imminent. What do I do?
You'll take
and
on
so
the
for
Grim Reaper.
months, Dr.
Yeah, boy.
Kerchak just carried this incredible weight with him everywhere.
Yeah, that's pretty
he went.
scary.
Like this constant sense of unease until October of 1974. That month, Dr. Kerchak suddenly got sick. He had a fever and it just wouldn't go away. And so he went to his own doctor for a checkup, and his doctor told him, I got some bad news. That day, Dr. Kerchak was diagnosed with an incurable form of blood cancer. He was heartbroken, but he was not totally surprised. Because for him, this sort of felt like a validation of what he'd already seen. Death, the Grim Reaper, had been calling him, and now Dr. Kerchak knew why. Dr. Kerchak would share his story with newspapers, which is how we know about it today. And shortly after sharing his story, Dr. Kerchak would die.
Oh, that's so sad. That's really sad.
Hey guys, I have a really...
I don't want your merch, Mr. Ballin. I don't want your merch. James 3. How many Jameses are out there? Too many. I would tell the Reaper he got the wrong house. He wants the one across the street. You're looking for that guy over there, actually.
On the afternoon of Sunday, August 27th, 2000, a 50-year-old husband and father named Bruce
He looks like a
Leniger
golfer.
sat in his living room in Lafayette, Louisiana. He and his wife and his 2-year-old son James had just gotten home from church, and now Bruce was just trying to relax. However, it was proving very
golfs on
difficult to
Saturdays.
relax, because as Bruce is trying to sit on the couch and just kind of close his eyes for a second, his son, James, the 2-year-old, has his toy plane, his favorite toy plane, and he is repeatedly smashing it into the coffee table as loud as he can, saying, plane crash, plane crash, plane crash. And while, of course,
so
like, James is a kid, he's going to be loud and noisy and obnoxious, that's what kids do.
That's hilarious.
But for Bruce, he's watching his son do this, and he couldn't help but be really concerned. Because lately,
Plane crash.
James had become unnaturally fixated, not on planes, but on plane crashes. And even more specifically, James had begun having these recurring nightmares, like 4 or 5 times a week, where he'd wake up terrified, and he would say he, James, had just been in a horrible, fiery plane crash.
Oh my God, past life? Past life? He died in a plane crash in his past life, maybe?
It was like every night. That was the nightmare. And it was like Bruce and his wife didn't even know what to make of this. Like, where's he getting this from? James was a pretty sheltered kid. Like, he wasn't being exposed to, horrible plane crashes, either in movies or TV shows or books. I mean, he's a 2-year-old.
Just before the towers crashed.
It just made no sense that he was having this recurring nightmare. But what made it even more unsettling is that James wasn't just fixated on the plane crash aspect of this nightmare. He also began to tell Bruce and his wife these weird details about the plane crash, because it was always the same plane crash in his nightmare. He began telling his parents that the Japanese shot me down. And Bruce...
What the fuck? Can you imagine, like, your, 4-year-old just starts telling you this? Like, things that you, don't even expose your child to? That freaks me the fuck out. Do you guys believe in past lives? Because I don't know if I do, but, they definitely really interest me. That's really, really interesting. If my kid... Dude, that's fucking crazy,
his
man.
wife are like, what is he referencing? Like, is this a World War II reference? But again, he's 2. Like, developmentally, it's not something he would say, even if he was exposed to it. Like,
Wait,
it
he's
just
2?
didn't make
Oh my God, I forgot he was 2. Straight up reincarnation right there.
any sense. Now, over the past few months that this behavior had really ramped up, Bruce and his
Bro barely even has the vocabulary to be able to say these things, and he's just spewing them out like nothing.
wife had taken James to the doctor to say, what's going on here? Like, what's my kid doing? I don't understand any of this. And the doctors were all like, he's a kid. Like, yeah, it's a weird fixation he's got, but he'll grow out of it. Like, don't worry about it. But to Bruce and his
Wow.
wife, it just seemed like James was not growing out of it. He was just getting more and more fixated as time went on. And so as Bruce is sitting there on the couch watching James
having
for
all the
the
memories.
millionth time smash his toy plane into the coffee table
Plane
and
crash,
pretend
plane
it was
crash,
this plane
plane
crash
crash.
he couldn't stop thinking about, Bruce decided he had to do something about this.
Yeah.
And so over the next couple of months, Bruce, instead of trying to figure out what was wrong with James that was causing him to
Yeah.
fixate on this plane crash, instead of doing that, he began sort of like leaning in and asking James to give him more information
Yeah.
about whatever he was seeing
Dude,
in his
I
nightmare.
would.
Like, give me all the specifics you can possibly recall. And James would eventually let on that
Wow.
it wasn't just the Japanese that shot him down, it was the Japanese military. And also,
Jesus
the type
Christ.
of plane that James was flying in apparently was a Corsair plane. Bruce had never
Wait, I'm sorry. He's 2? You're telling me this kid is 2? And he's like, Dad, the Japanese military shot me down. If my 2-year-old, oh my God. If my 2-year-old, 2? No. Like there's, like, yeah, either this is the best case we have for reincarnation, or he had to have been at least a little bit older. Like, you, what? No. 2? Ahoy, hi Pillow, how are you?
never heard of that
Thanks for
before.
joining
And
us.
again, he's looking at his 2-year-old son, thinking, how do you even know what a Corsair plane is?
Dude!
But nonetheless, that's what James said. And so Bruce
How do you
doesn't
even know what a
to do
military
with this
is? What?
information. But again, he's just trying to learn. And so in November of that year, Bruce found himself sitting in the living room, and he had this World War II coffee table book that he had actually purchased for his father, but he hadn't given it to him yet.
Okay.
And he saw James, playing with his plane, smashing it into the coffee table. And Bruce, he grabs this coffee table book full of pictures of pilots and combat and war, and he flipped.
That might be a correlation right there. The kid, like, is seeing it every day. But I don't know. Hey, I don't know.
2 pictures of pilots from World War II. Because now, Bruce is thinking maybe my son somehow is imagining a scene from World War II. A pilot is crashed.
Like, what was in that
World War II.
book,
The
you know?
Japanese military shot them down. I don't know. No idea how he got this image, but that could be what he's thinking about. And so he's like, well, maybe I'll just start looking at pictures from World War II of pilots, and maybe
bro.
somehow or another James will look at this and something will click for him. Bruce really didn't know what he was trying to get out of this, but either way, he called James over and he shows him this book. And he's like, James, do you recognize any of these planes? Like, are any of these
2 years
planes
old.
the Corsair plane that you flew, in your dream? Is any of this stuff sort of lining up with your dream? Again, he's talking to a 2-year-old, but the 2-year-old
That
sort of
doesn't
got it.
make any
James looked at the
sense.
pages, but nothing clicked. James sort of reached down and was just kind of flipping through all the pages, and there was nothing. There was no connection
he's a
with James.
toddler.
But towards the end of the coffee table book, where Bruce is thinking, like, what am I even doing here? I'm like prompting my 2-year-old to research World War II with me. Like, what is this? What is going
Hi,
on here?
Popcorn,
But as
how are
James is flipping
you?
the pages, he suddenly stops.
Thanks for
And
joining
he
us.
points
How's
at
it
one of
going?
the pages, and he says to his dad, that's where I was shot down. And he's pointing at the Battle of Iwo Jima. And so Bruce, again, he doesn't really know what he's trying to accomplish here, but, clearly his son.
No, bro, like he has to have seen it before somewhere in either media or in that coffee table book, and that just like popped into his dream, and it like I'm doing so well. Thank you for asking. I'm so stumped on this fucking. There's like what?
Has pointed
This is-
out
this
this
is- there's no
particular
way.
fact that's sort of roughly tied in with the other things he's brought up.
There's just
He's
no
had
way.
this dream about being a pilot who crashes because the Japanese military shot him down. He's highlighting a battle in Japan during World War II
Mm-hmm.
where, the Allies were fighting the Axis powers and the Japanese, could have been shooting somebody down. So it sort of made sense. Okay, fine. Maybe my son's dream is about something that happened at the Battle of Iwo Jima. Don't know how this even happens. Don't know how this is possible, but I'm going to do some research. And so that's what Bruce does. He begins researching the Battle of Iwo Jima. Doesn't even really know what he's looking for, but he just wants to see if there's anything connected to what his son has been saying. And what he eventually discovers actually is sort of a relief. He discovers that there is no record of any Corsair airplanes crashing during the Battle of Iwo Jima. In fact,
Okay,
no
okay.
Corsair planes at all were flown during the Battle of Iwo Jima.
Okay.
And his son James had been saying
A flaw! You were wrong. You're a fucking liar, you 2-year-old.
specifically, I flew
This
a
fucking
Corsair
toddler.
plane. Like, that was the plane that crashed. And so he's thinking, okay, there's a hole in my son's story. Like,
Yeah.
he clearly must have latched on to
He's wrong.
some event somehow. Somebody said it to him. He heard it, whatever it is.
Yeah,
and in his
yeah.
2-year-old mind, he sort of warped it, and that's what he believes happened, but it's not real. Like, he's not actually recalling something that happened in the Battle of Iwo Jima. Like, this is just, a false memory or something. However, Bruce was unable to definitively find the names of pilots who actually flew in the Battle of Iwo Jima. He wanted to find if there was any pilots named James who potentially crashed, during that battle, but he just couldn't find the information. Maybe it existed
You don't have to have
somewhere,
the same name to be reincarnated, right? I mean, like, okay, so my uncle, when I was younger, my uncle passed away in a car crash, and my sister wasn't yet born. And like, I would not go so far as to say that my sister is my uncle reincarnated. However, they never met. Like, my sister never met my uncle. And sometimes the things that she says, the faces that she makes are literally my uncle. And I'm like, bro, how the fuck did that even happen? Like, it's crazy. It's insane. So that kind of stuff does freak me out. Like, in a good way, it freaks me out,
He couldn't find it.
It's weird.
And so Bruce had this idea to get in touch with this old veterans group. All these old guys who had served in the Battle of Iwo Jima that were still alive.
Hey,
who
my
were based
son
out
was
in
there.
San Diego. And they got together periodically and just sort of had social hours and stuff like that. And Bruce, he goes out to San Diego,
Thank you so much
and
for
under
the follow.
false
Welcome
pretenses,
in.
he basically
How are
tells
you?
the group that he's shooting a documentary about the Battle of Iwo Jima, and he needs some information, about certain pilots that flew during the battle. He goes out there, he goes to one of their social events, and he begins asking around, asking if anybody knew about any pilots named James who were shot down during the Battle of Iwo Jima. And basically all the men he talked to directed him to go talk to the group's historian, this one guy who kind of had all the information about what had happened during this battle. And so Bruce goes over to this guy.
How are
and starts
you,
asking him questions
Native?
about
How's it
any
going?
pilots that were shot down during the battle. Do you know? And the historian, he tells Bruce that during that battle, virtually no planes were shot down. However, there was one plane that was shot down. A single U.S. Air Force pilot was shot down during the Battle of Iwo Jima, and he was killed. And that pilot's name was James Houston Jr. Bruce couldn't help but be truly shocked that the only pilot shot down during the Battle of Iwo Jima happened to be named James. Like, that just seemed like a coincidence that couldn't be possible, considering what his son was saying. And so suddenly, Bruce doesn't know what to make of this information.
What kind of plane was you driving?
His
Flying?
2-year-old son, James, has been talking about how in his dream he's been shot down by the Japanese military during the Battle of Iwo Jima. And now he's being told there was a single pilot shot down in real life during the Battle of Iwo Jima, and his name was James?
Damn.
Like, how is that possible? That just seems impossible. And so at this point, Bruce is really holding on to the fact that his son had said his plane that he was shot down in was a Corsair plane. And this guy, James Houston Jr., who was shot down, the plane he was shot down in was not a Corsair plane.
Okay.
And so Bruce is telling himself, like, okay, this is just a crazy coincidence.
Yeah,
like,
really crazy.
This didn't somehow happen to my son. He's not like channeling somebody else who died years ago. Like, that can't be what's happening here. This is just a wild set of circumstances. That's all this is.
Yes.
But he's freaked out now. And so he calls his wife and he tells her about what he's learned. And he kind of downplays how much this has really unsettled him. But he ultimately tells his wife, and the two of them decide, okay, you know what? Let's just do a little bit more research and just figure out what's going on here. Like, this is just so crazy. We got to do a little bit more research. And in doing research about James Houston Jr., they discover that James has a sister who is still alive. And so they decide to contact her. Not really even sure what they're going to say.
Oh, I was going to say,
but they
what?
figure, you know what? Let's just get in touch with her.
By the way, my 2-year-old thinks he's your brother.
And just tell her what's going on. Who knows? Maybe somehow she can explain this. Who knows? And so, kind of on a whim, James and his wife, they send a message to this woman, to the sister. And the sister, when she finds out there's this 2-year-old who's sort of referencing her brother's death in some way, for whatever reason, her reaction was to send actual physical photographs of James Houston Jr. when he was a pilot, when he served in the military. She just sent a whole bunch of pictures to Bruce, his wife, and James to look at. Like, there really wasn't a clear set of what do we do now, and so that's what she did. Here are some pictures. And when Bruce looked at these photos, it was like his whole world was completely rocked. Because in one of the photos that clearly showed James Houston Jr., he is standing in front of a plane, and that plane was a Corsair plane. And so at this point, for Bruce, it felt like the set of circumstances, the coincidences here, were simply too much to ignore.
That's
This
wild.
is no longer coincidence. This is something else. And also, there's one other small detail that now was sort of bubbling up in Bruce's mind, and that was, periodically, his son James would talk about how he really wasn't named James. He was named James 3. Just periodically, his son would say that.
James
Not every time, but he
3.
brought it up enough that it was sort of a known thing, that he was
James 3.
3. And now Bruce is thinking, James Houston Jr., that's James 2. My son, how could he possibly know all these things that happened to James Houston Jr. if he was not James 3, James Houston Jr.'s reincarnated soul? Bruce would eventually take his son's story to the news, and the family would film a primetime segment on ABC about it. James was soon invited to the Battle of Iwo Jima Veterans Reunion, where he would shock the group with his knowledge of the battle. James also met James Houston Jr.'s sister, and when he did, he called her by a nickname that only her late...
Okay, what? No. No! This is like so fucking wild. There's no way. What?
brother ever used. After that, even she was convinced that her brother's spirit had come back to Earth in...
Imagine somebody comes up to you, they're fucking like 3-4 years old, and they call you by a nickname that only your sibling ever called you. What?
James 3. If reincarnation is
nah.
real, James's story is one of the most credible and well-documented cases
that's true.
in history.
It is for sure. Damn.
Thank you so much for watching.
That's fucking insane, man. Oh my god, excuse me. Oh, that's fucking crazy. I mean, wow. Like, I don't think that... Like, I so badly don't want to believe it, but like, if all of that is true and the parents aren't like lying just to, you know, get their kid on the news, then that's fucking crazy. That's fucking insane. Damn. This one is you can touch him, but you can't help him. Phobia triggers, but I wonder what kind of phobia triggers though. Maybe he's gonna tell us right here.
Claustrophobic nightmare.
Oh,
but before we get
claustrophobic.
into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place.
Anybody
because that's all we do,
claustrophobic?
And we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please offer to go skydiving.
I don't think I'm claustrophobic, but I think like, oh, this one time I was in Aruba with my family and we were going into caves and stuff. Like there was like a, like we went like on like a, I don't know what you call it, like a, I don't know. But Ali, we were going into caves with like a big group, you know, like there was like people who were allowing us to go into the caves. We weren't just like going into random caves. That would be really, really fucked up. But we were going into these caves and you were able to go as far as the people were going, but not any farther. Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. But when I went into one of the caves, man, I swear to God, the caves are really cool. They had like bats in them and stuff, and like there was like little drips and stuff. It was cool. But when I went to go into a cave, I realized that it was getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And there were people way ahead of me in the cave. But just looking at it, I got so claustrophobic, I immediately needed to get out. I was like, nope, I'm good, thank you. It scared the fuck out of me. And I'm not like I don't normally get claustrophobic. But that cave in particular scared the shit out of me, dude. Oh.
Diving with the like button.
Oh.
But be sure to replace
No.
the parachute with a trash bag. Also,
No
please subscribe
like
to our
button
channel
stuff.
and turn on all
I
notifications
hate the like button
so you don't
stuff.
miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's story.
I hate the like button stuff. I like this music though. I like the music. Last wish.
A little after 3 p.m. on March 22nd, 1959, a 20-year-old British college student named Neil Moss stood in a cavern about 1,000 feet underground in northern England. As he stood there, he was staring with excitement into this dark hole right in front of him. The cavern that Neil was standing inside of was known as Peak Cavern, and it was one of the biggest and most twisting cave systems in the entire country. In fact, it was so big that at one point an entire village of 30 rope makers lived inside of this cave. And then also, after those rope makers, the cave system became a hideout for criminals and thieves because there were so many secret passageways and basically places to hide inside of this system. So basically, Peak Cavern was a pretty famous place. And as a result, basically all of it had been mapped out or at least explored by scientists and spelunkers. Except for this hole right in front of Neil.
It is not bring your daughter to work. Wait, are you at work right now? Are you? Thank you for the berry offering. I appreciate it. Yum, yum, yum. Hi, Tribal God. How are you? It's so good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Oh my god, my legs are still killing me. You just woke up? Oh, good, good, good. Okay. I was like, I hope you're not at work right now. Oh. Good morning. Good morning. It is, what, like 11:40 for you? It's like 11:40 for you, right? Oy.
To a tunnel that nobody
I think I could do math.
Neil and the amateur exploration group that he was a part of had discovered this entryway.
I'd kill myself in game.
Now, neither Neil nor anybody else in this group had actually gone into this hole yet. And the reason for that
We're talking about holes and goals.
It was pretty dangerous. I mean, the opening to this
that hole was one guy's goal. Not my goal, that's for damn sure. I'm all set.
It's 1.5 feet by 2 feet wide at the opening.
Holes and goals,
just
right?
looking down into it, I mean, it's a dark hole that you really can't tell how tight or how far it even goes. And so once you went inside of it, you know, the deeper you got, the higher the risk of entrapment. And so whoever actually went into this hole really needed to be prepared. But Neil and the rest of his amateur exploration group really felt like it would be worth it to try to go down this tunnel. Not just because nobody had done it before, but specifically, they thought there was a chance that beyond this tunnel, basically deep underground, if you followed it long enough, it could lead to another big open chamber that nobody had found before. And those types
But I was gonna lead that opening to calling you short, but we kind of went off on a side tangent. Now I'm too lazy to bring it back full circle. You know what? This is sufficient right here. Open chambers. Yeah.
Big open chambers. Whoever finds them gets it named after them. And so Neil and his group were thinking, you know, hey, if we find this big chamber,
Jersey Devil, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You know, spelunking circles. But they also understood that there might be nothing at the other end of this tunnel. It could just be a dead end.
Thank you.
The only way to know for sure would be if one of the members of this group went into the hole. Now, in addition to
a fear who's got that hole? I got this hole. Who's got that hole over there?
Blindly crawling into a tunnel no one's been in before.
Fuck that.
Like, for example, there could be a sudden drop-off, or running water, or some other hazard that whoever went into the hole wouldn't know about until they were facing it. And so naturally, everybody in this group was excited about the hole, but also a little apprehensive about being the guinea pig to actually go into the hole. And
no, bro. Do you say? Ow! Thank you so.
1000 Kaiya is a cutie strawberry demon witch.
Thank you so much. Also, I don't know why the thingy doesn't go off anymore. What the hell, brother? Sound alerts. What's going on, man? Where's my biddies? Where's my like biddy thingy? Thank you so much, Pee-wee. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let me see. Where the fuck? Where the fuck? Cheering. Yeah, that's enabled. Oi. Oh. Okay, I see. So I need to put an animation. Man, that makes me so mad. What the hell? Select animation. Brother. What the hell? Select. Okay, so now, here, if I do it again. Let me see. I'm sorry, this is I'm sorry, this is taking a minute.
Cheer 1000 Kaiya is a cutie strawberry demon witch.
Thank you. But what the heck, man? Okay, maybe in the future it'll go. That's so weird. Yeah, what you know about me? I be IT all over the place. Thank you so much, Pee-wee. You're so kind. I appreciate you so much.
After the group had kind of stood around the hole for a minute, kind of talking through who was going to do it, Neil had finally courageously volunteered to be the guinea pig. He would go down. And in many ways, Neil was kind of like the
over me,
perfect
bro.
candidate
That's
for this
wild.
job. He was smart,
You're wild.
he was strong, and most importantly, he was thin, which meant he could navigate a really tight space. The only drawback to Neil was he was pretty tall. He was over 6 feet.
I know he's like just saying it because like this is like the truth and stuff, but like he could navigate those tight spaces so good.
And generally speaking, the best cavers in the world are very short and thin because it allows them to get into the smallest, tightest spaces underground.
That's how I feel about this video right now.
So Neil, who was standing over the hole, began to mentally prepare himself for what he was about to do. He pulled out his flashlight and he shined it straight down into this hole, which again is a pretty narrow hole. He basically went straight down, and as he was shining it, he saw about 12 feet down, the hole kind of turned, and you couldn't see what was beyond it. And so Neil knew the only part of this trip he would know about is that first 12 feet. Once he made that turn,
tight spaces where this guy thrives.
Was totally unknown. Literally no one in the world knew what was beyond it. But Neil was about to find out. The cave explorers anchored this 75-foot-long wire ladder that was all rolled up to this rock that was inside the cavern, right near the opening to this hole. Once that was in place, they spooled out the ladder and kind of dumped it down into the hole. And so it fell 12 feet down and landed right where this tunnel turned and sort of went into oblivion, where nobody knows what happened after that. And so Neil, his job was going to be to go into this hole feet first, go down 12 feet, and then with his feet, as he kind of blindly crawled backwards feet first into the tunnel, he'd be kicking with his feet this ladder, extending it farther and farther into this tunnel. The idea was this ladder was his way. At least like a rope with a camera on it. He's basically on top of the ladder, making his way, and at any point he can just grab the ladder and climb back out again. And so once the ladder was in place and all the cave explorers were kind of waiting for Neil,
rat with a
Neil
head
walked up to
cam.
the edge of the hole. He took a deep breath, and then he swung one leg into the hole, placed it on one of the rungs of the ladder, put his other leg on the ladder as well, and kind of tested it to make sure the rock that was anchoring the ladder could hold its weight. Once he was sure it could, he said goodbye to the explorers and then began his descent, feet first,
and he was never seen again.
As Neil slowly and carefully climbed down this ladder during this first 12-foot section, he felt the walls of this hole closing in on him. When he was close to the bottom of this first section, the walls were literally flush with his shoulders and back. I mean, this was a really tight space. And so finally, he got to the very bottom of this 12-foot section, and he was about to step onto what he thought was another rung.
His lips and everything.
He can't actually see where he's going. He's just using his feet to feel. And he stepped down, and he felt something hard. It was the ground. So he had reached the bottom of the
felt something hard.
He kind of tested the ground with his foot, seeing if it would support his weight. And after feeling confident, he stepped off the ladder and just stood at the bottom of the hole. At this point, Neil used his feet to kick the ladder that was still coiled up at the bottom of the hole into the next turn, into the next section of the tunnel that he would be going down. And as soon as he kicked it, he heard it kind of spool out as it tumbled down this next section. However, it was not a straight drop like this first section was. This next section he'd be going into was more of a gradual decline, just based on the sound this ladder was making as it tumbled down. And so after the ladder had stopped making noise and he knew it had stopped, Neil gave one final look up at his friends above, gave them a little wave, even though he could barely move his hands because it's so tight around him, and then he got down on his stomach and feet first began shimmying himself down into this next section. Now, during the first 12 feet and during the initial turn into this new section, Neil had been able to turn his head and basically look down and see where his feet were going. But after only a few feet of going into this new section, the walls had become so tight on his body that he couldn't even move his head. He really was blind.
I'd be like, give me out, 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 give me out.
No idea where he was going. Now, for a lot of people, this would have been a claustrophobic nightmare. Neil is in this unbelievably tight space. He has no idea what's going to happen next. He doesn't know if it's going to get so tight he'll get wedged in there. It's cold, it's damp. I mean, it's pitch black in there. He does have a headlamp, but his head is like kind of pressed to the ground and he can't really move it. So, you know, he's not really able to look around him. And periodically, periodically, as he was shimmying his way down deeper into this tunnel, he would dislodge rocks from the wall, and he would hear them strike the wall as they tumbled down into oblivion. He had no idea if these rocks were tumbling into a dead end, or if they were tumbling off a ledge somewhere. A ledge that he wouldn't be aware of until he got to it. But for Neil, this environment...
Also, I think I fixed the, biddy thingy. So now it'll do the biddy animation again. Yeah, because I don't know why it was doing that before. But now it will do like TTS and everything too. Chat notification. Oh, no, I don't need the chat bot. Okay, I'm pretty sure I did it. I did it. I think. I guess we'll have to find out. I think I did it though.
Environment was something he thrived in. It was why he was so drawn to cave exploration. As much as cave exploring was a physical exercise and a physical test,
I think I have an idea.
It was much more a mental test. I mean, can you handle being in these tight spaces and persevering and continuing on when you're all by yourself and it's like dangers all around you?
There we go.
And also, Neil just loved being alone and in the dark. So cave exploration...
What? He loved it?
Was like perfect for him. When Neil had made it about 10 feet down this new section, his feet touched the rolled up section of the ladder. And so with his toes, he kind of gave it a kick.
Like, that must be such a, like, an adrenaline junkie thing. Because genuinely, being alone like that, like... I can't. I have no words for it. That's terrifying. That is genuinely terrifying.
The ladder tumbled for a second and he could hear it, and then it just kind of vanished altogether, like the ladder had gone over a cliff.
Oh my
and so
god.
He realized, very likely, just beyond his feet,
I think he is dead in this.
Cannot see it, is a ledge, and very likely either a drop-off or a new cavern. You know, the thing they hope is on the other end of this tunnel. And so this was exciting.
Look at your flashlight.
He felt a rush of adrenaline.
Oh, yep, I knew it. I knew it.
For all he knows, this is the cavern they're looking for. Or it's just another section of tunnel he would have to explore. But either way, he's making progress. And so Neil very carefully scooched backwards until he felt the edge, at which point he let his legs go over the edge, he found his footing on the ladder, and it was at this point, when he kind of turned around a little bit, that he could see this was not some big open cavern he had found. It was just a turn in the tunnel system. It was now going back to basically a vertical hole. Big enough to fit inside of, but Neil has no idea how deep it goes or what it leads to. But Neil was totally undeterred. He lowered his whole body into the section, got on the ladder, and began descending. And very quickly, as he began this descent, the walls of this section, this new vertical section, were so tight, it was about 18 inches in diameter, that he actually couldn't just go straight down. His body didn't fit just trying to maneuver down. So the only way he could get himself to go down further was to like shimmy himself side to side. Like
Why would you do that?
Forcing his body deeper and deeper into this hole. And so Neil continued doing this for an additional 18 feet down.
Twitch is making you mad right now? Have you tried switching browsers? That's really annoying. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Have you? Yeah, try switching your browser. I can't claim any points. And worst of all, I can't donate bits. Oh, well, I just appreciate you being here, but I'm sorry that your Twitch is messing up. Hi, Hiz, welcome in. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us. Is anybody else experiencing issues with Twitch right now? It's really weird. It's quite strange. Give me another high five. Oi. Oi. Wait, okay, ready? Have your hand out. Are you ready? Yeah, boy, that's what I'm talking about. I think my Twitch is good. Happy Pupper Bite. You're so cute.
In this new section of tunnel, which put him at a total of 40 feet down into this tunnel from the entrance where the rest of his friends were. And when he got down there, 18 feet down, he went to step onto
the wall.
Yeah,
I'm glad you could hear it.
His foot hit rock. And he felt around with his feet, And he realized this tunnel did not lead to a big new chamber. It instead was a dead end after all. Now, just to be
Oh
sure,
my God.
Neil actually kicked as hard as he could. You know, he's kind of restricted, but he kicked with his legs as much as he could to see if maybe this wasn't a true dead end. Maybe it was just an obstruction and he could clear it.
Why is bro so brave? This is fucking terrifying and stupid, by the way. Caving is like being on another planet, crawling for miles, getting stuck, and working to get unstuck. You're in an adrenaline rush, claustrophobia, and it is an adrenaline rush, claustrophobia, and fun all at the same time. I'm too terrified to do all that. Arbity, hi, welcome in. Thank you so much for the berry offering. Yum, 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 yum. I appreciate you so much. So stupid. So stupid. So stupid.
But he could tell, you know, after a few stomps, this was not moving.
Horror movie
This really
decisions,
was the
you're
end.
right.
Now, part of Neil was disappointed because he was hoping that by doing this, they would discover this big new chamber and they'd get it named after them. But on the other hand, he was also relieved because by this point,
Do you have
it was
ice
extremely claustrophobic.
in my
even for
freezer?
a guy who thrived in
Why?
this environment. You know, by the bottom of this 40-foot section, he's
you're
completely
fucked.
wedged in place.
You're
And so Neil
fucked.
decided it was time to head back to the surface. But from where he was at, he couldn't even hear his friends. He's way down deep in this
Oh my
tunnel.
God,
It's
fuck
totally pitch
that.
black. And so what he needed to do was just begin climbing back up
What
this
happened to your
ladder. And then,
body?
you know, about halfway up, he could call up
What
to his friends
happened?
and tell them, hey, you know, I'm returning. But remember, to get to where Neil is, he has literally forced his body down into this tiny hole, basically corkscrewing himself as deep as he could get. And so he's totally restricted, and his arms are basically by his side, and his hands are basically pinned in front of his body. And so Neil tried to grab the ladder, which is literally pressed.
The only thing that I have, like, the only thing I can use to relate to this, and this is stupid, it's not, like, I've never done this before, you know? I've never gone spelunking, and I never will, because I'm not stupid. Is when I've put on, like, a shirt that, like, or like a cosplay that is like super tight and I get like my shoulder or like my arm stuck and I'm like freaking the fuck out. That's the only thing. I'm fucking dead. Exploring someone's booty hole? No, I don't do that actually. Unless it's con, then yes. Yes. Hey, Fever. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. I hope you feel better soon.
Up against his chest.
The truth is
to
out.
begin the ascent.
You know what?
But even though his
You're
fingers
right.
could touch the
There
rungs
it
of the
is.
ladder, he couldn't actually
can't lie.
move his arms to pull himself up the ladder.
That is a
He could
fucking
just
nightmare.
hold the rung. That was it.
You're
but
dead.
Neil had
You're
been
dead.
in similar situations before, and what you do is you just use your legs. You drive with your legs and push your body up until your arms can go above your head, and then you continue the
But
ascent.
what if your
However,
legs
his legs also were basically in the
pinned?
same situation. It was so unbelievably tight around his legs that he couldn't lift his legs up. He could just basically wiggle his feet. Basically, there was no way physically
Oh,
for Neil
that's so
to get
scary.
himself out.
Alan, I thank you so much. Or are you from YouTube? Did you just come here from YouTube? Excuse me, I burped. Thank you so much. You're so kind. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Excuse me, I burped again. For me, it's when I one time put on a shirt and didn't realize I was putting on my head towards the sleeve, so I kind of got stuck for a moment. It's so scary, and then you're like thrashing about like, oh, fuck, help, help. It's so
He
scary.
would need his team up above to
Oh my
pull
God.
him out. And so Neil began shouting as loud as he could, trying to get the attention of his friends up above, you know, telling them, hey, I'm stuck, pull me out. And then also, as best as he could with his hands on the rung, he kind
Bro.
of pulled on the ladder, signaling to them, like, hey, get me out of here. Now, he couldn't really hear
Nope.
anything up above. It was sort of muffled,
Nope.
and, you know, he couldn't tell if they were yelling back down to him. But as he was holding onto the ladder, he felt a little bit of tension, suggesting they were pulling on him.
Upside down,
However,
upside down
as he held
shirt.
on, waiting to be pulled up and out, he didn't budge. Like, despite the tension on this ladder clearly coming from the surface from his friends, he wasn't moving. And
Nope.
that's when Neil realized he had made a critical mistake. When he had reached the bottom of this tunnel, when he realized it was a dead end, he had stomped with his feet to confirm it really was a dead end. And when he had done that, he had inadvertently kicked the rungs of this ladder into a crevice, and then rocks, which he had heard kind of falling when he was kicking, landed on top of it, basically pinning the ladder in place. Basically, this ladder was now anchored inside the cave,
my
which meant
God.
no matter how
Like, I'm
hard
sorry,
he
I don't
stretched-
want to call him stupid because he's probably dead, and it feels sad. But it's like, dude, I mean, like, that's so dumb. Oh my
on the surface
God.
pulled, they would not be able to pull the ladder up, which meant they couldn't pull Neil up. And Neil, once he realized this was the issue,
Happy Pupper Bot,
he tried
you're
to move his feet to
right.
clear
He
the
does have a
rocks
cool
off the bottom of the
job.
ladder, but he couldn't. It was too tight around him. And so, Neil was totally stuck.
Sponsor?
Whole slim to then okay, Twitch shows, check the podcast, sure you.
Vin, thank you for the berry offering.
The members of Neil's exploration group pretty much immediately realized this was a crisis. Because not only was Neil stuck in this cave,
It wasn't a sponsor.
but in these tight little tunnels
It
underground.
was him saying, hey, do you like this? Here's more channels like it.
There's limited oxygen. So it's not just a matter of, oh, we'll figure it out and get Neil out somehow. It's like, no, you have a limited amount of time before Neil runs out of oxygen down there. Even if you come up with a solution, it might be too late. And so immediately, members of the exploration group left Peak Cavern to go get help. And before long, over 200 people had flooded the cavern, including a mountain rescue.
You're reacting to his content. This isn't my job though. Oh, let the man plug. Oh, no!
And a coal mining extraction team and a whole bunch of civilians who were all there to try to figure out how to get Neil out. Now, at first, Neil was very
He has like a oh my God, what is it called? He has like a whole what is it? Ballin Studios is I think what it's called, and there are a bunch of different YouTube channels that are part of it, and I think Nexpo is part of it actually. I love Nexpo.
Optimistic about his recovery. He could hear clearly all the commotion 40 feet above him. He couldn't fully discern what was going on there, but he could clearly tell a major rescue operation was afoot. And so as ropes were cast down and ladders were cast down to try to get him out, and they continued to fail.
You can't even,
and as the air he was breathing began to thin out, it was getting harder to breathe. Neil's reaction
that stock
was to
video of the guy
thin out, and it was getting harder to breathe. Neil's reaction was to kind of be positive. He actually began cracking jokes and calling up like, hey, how much longer do I have to wait down here? But as the minutes turned into hours and none of the efforts by any of the rescuers were working, Neil began to panic. His heart was racing, not only from his nerves, but also because he was running out of oxygen. He had begun to grit his teeth really hard to kind of control his fear. But he was really starting to lose it. At one point, the rescuers threw down an oxygen mask for him to breathe because it was clear the air was becoming a real issue.
He can't even put it on,
even though the mask literally tumbled down and hit him right on the head, so it's right here, he couldn't get his arms up to put the mask on. And so there it is, salvation.
It's like just right there.
So before long,
that's
Neil
so sad. What the fuck?
in and out of consciousness. One moment he'd be calling up to his rescuers, asking for an update. The next, they'd call down to him and get no response.
Oh my God,
Clearly,
that's frightening.
The situation was becoming dire. Now, to this point, the way the rescue
like a cruel, sick joke.
was the rescuers were basically throwing equipment into the hole.
They're just burying him. He can't use it. They're just fucking burying him with equipment that he can't even use. Oh my God, that's so cruel. Like, I know that they're just trying to help, but that's just such a sick joke. Oh my God.
Oxygen masks for Neil to grab onto or put on
Give
him.
him a concussion,
they were
no, for
hoping
real.
that basically Neil could get himself out of the hole. Because the great fear was, if we send a rescuer, or rescuers plural, into this hole to get him, they could get stuck. And now we have an even bigger problem.
Yeah.
But when Neil began losing consciousness, when they couldn't get him to call back to them, they knew they were genuinely running out of time. And so they began pumping oxygen into the hole to hopefully buy some extra time. And then they decided, we've got to send someone into the hole. Someone has to go in there, get Neil, and pull him out. And so one by one, these courageous rescuers went down into the hole, and 8 times they tried, and 8 times they failed.
Damn.
All 8 either got stuck along the way, or they passed out along the way. 3 people actually reached Neil and actually touched Neil. But there was no way to grab him and pull him out. And so Neil, who was conscious for a lot of this, he's hearing and literally in some cases seeing rescue. It's right there, it's right in front of him. But it just didn't work. By the time the 8th man was pulled back out of the hole, they could hear in the hole this horrible sound, which was Neil gasping for air.
Oh,
Even though they were
God.
attempting to pump air into this hole, it wasn't enough, and Neil just couldn't fill his lungs with enough oxygen.
Oh my
and so the
God, that's so
rescuers
sad.
yelled into the hole for Neil to just hold on. They were gonna get him out of there. Just be strong, hold on. But by this point,
There's no
Neil
air.
wasn't even saying anything back. He just continued making these awful gasping sounds. By about 7 p.m., when Neil had been
Damn.
stuck in this hole for 4 hours, the rescuers decided to send one more guy into this hole, this really small civilian. And he went down there with a rope to attach around Neil and hopefully pull him out. And this little civilian managed to get all the way down, all the way to Neil. And when he found Neil, Neil was unconscious, but alive. And the
But alive,
rescuer
okay.
put the rope around Neil's shoulders and then signaled to the surface to begin pulling. And so from the surface, they
Wow.
pulled on this rope, and slowly but
Why
surely,
is it a noose? What the hell?
Neil began to be pulled out of the hole. And he moved about 18 inches,
Whoa.
being monitored by the civilian who was down there.
Wow.
However, because they were pulling so hard on this rope to get Neil to move, the pressure from that rope was basically crushing Neil's chest, and he stopped breathing.
Oh
And
my
the civilian who was down
God.
there with Neil noticed it and yelled up to the group to stop. And they had to take the rope off because, yeah, they might be able to pull him out this way, but they would kill him. He would suffocate.
Oh my
And so
God.
once the civilian rescuer came out of the hole, he told the group, like, look, Neil's body is simply too big to be yanked out of the hole safely. He needs to be conscious and able to contort
Yeah.
and twist his body, basically undoing what
Damn.
Neil did to get down there in order to get out again. Like, we need his participation, and he's unconscious, so we can't do that. And so at this point, the rescuers
man.
were totally desperate. You know, they know Neil is still alive. They can hear some of his ragged breathing coming out of the hole, but they knew they had to do something drastic right now or Neil was going to die. And so they came up with this plan for this even smaller rescuer, this woman, to go down into the hole, get to Neil, and break his collarbone to try to shrink his body to be able to pull him out. And so this woman, she goes down there and she reaches Neil, but she failed to break his
I was gonna say,
collarbone.
how is, like, if she's small, how is she gonna break his collarbone? Also, fuck, that sounds awful.
And so she too had to come out of the hole, leaving Neil behind. And so once the woman came out of the hole, it became clear to the rescuers that Neil was not getting out of this hole, even though he was just 40 feet away and at this moment still very much alive. They could hear his ragged breathing, but there was just nothing anybody could do. And so one of the rescuers called Neil's father and told him, you need to come out to Peak Cavern. Not long after that, Neil's father, Eric Moss, arrived at Peak Cavern. Now, he knew going into this
That's a
that his
fucking
son was stuck.
nightmare.
That's why he got the phone call to come out here. But he did not understand just how dire the situation really was.
Oh, no.
But as soon as he got to Peak Cavern and saw all these vehicles outside and the hundreds
Yeah,
of
small
rescuers coming in
spurts.
and out of the cave with these sad, dark expressions on their faces, Eric knew this was really bad. And so Eric made his way into Peak Cavern, and for hours he just hoped and prayed that whatever was happening would be enough to get his son out. And for hours, Eric just stood there in Peak Cavern, hoping to see his son emerge from the hole, hoping to come up and say everything is okay, but he didn't. And things only got worse. It eventually began to rain. And unfortunately, Peak Cavern,
He's gonna
and
fucking
specifically the hole
drown.
that Neil was stuck inside of, flood when it rains. And so as rainwater is pouring into this cavern and Neil is still alive but
He
stuck in this
drowned.
hole, they had to make the heart-wrenching decision in front of Neil's father
Oh
to
my
abandon the
God.
operation and get out of the cave, knowing Neil was going to die. Rescuers were finally able to get back into Peak Cavern at about 3 a.m. on March 24th.
Oh my God, that's
which is
so
approximately
awful.
36 hours after Neil got trapped. By this point, the rains had subsided, the flood had cleared, and so they went in there hoping for a miracle. And when they got to the hole and listened into it, they actually heard Neil still breathing. He was still alive, but it was very clear he was at the end of his life. And all they could do was just sit around this
You're telling me that man survived through all that? That man was tortured to death.
hole and listen as Neil took his last few final breaths. And then eventually they listened as Neil took his final breath and the hole went silent. Now, at this point, it was too dangerous to send anybody back down into this hole, and so no one could get physically close enough to Neil.
No, genuinely, like, he was probably thinking, like, just fucking put me out of my misery, but he couldn't fucking say anything. Oh my God.
To actually confirm that he really is dead. However, after the hole remained silent for quite a while,
a doctor who was on site did walk over and declare Neil dead. And so at this point, the rescue operation became a recovery operation.
Yeah.
However, as rescuers were getting ready to go back down into the hole to retrieve Neil's body, it was at this point that Neil's father, Eric Moss, who had been there this whole time and had been witness to the doctor declaring his son dead, it was at this point that he stepped in and said, "Stop, get everybody out of the cave. I don't want anybody else to lose their lives." And so ultimately, Eric made the decision to leave his son's body where it was. Eventually, once it was 100% certain that Neil really must be dead at this point, they would fill in the hole that Neil had climbed down inside of with loose rocks from the cave, entombing him inside of it forever. And in his memory, the tunnel that Neil died inside of was named after him. It's called Moss Chamber.
Oh my god, that's so dark. Oh my fuck. God damn. That is so sad. Oh, his poor dad, man. That's so sad. His dad just had to like... Ooh. His dad just had to wait. Like, you're just genuinely like... Oh my god, wait. I need to save this to my watch later. This Sakuko cosplay. Oh my god. His dad just had to like think about what his son was going through that entire fucking time, man. Excuse me, I burped. Yeah, in the end he got what he wanted. God, that's so sad. There are too many stories of spelunkers having that happen to them. And the worst part is that they're so close to the people who can save them, but not in a good enough position. Mr. Ballin always brings up the spirits. Oh yeah, buddy.
I'm going to share with you 3 progressively more disturbing stories, and at the
These ones have videos.
Each of them, I'm going to share the video that is famously associated with them. But before I get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format,
so many they keep doing it, yeah.
Because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please ask the like button if you can borrow their car, and then return it with the gas gauge on empty. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads.
The fucking like button. And you know what? Leave the like button alone, man. Leave it alone. Just leave it alone. The poor thing. I have to also, like, I don't know this for every single cave, but what I do know is that the cave that I went into smelled very musty crusty. I ain't never seen no Mexican or black guy get stuck in them holes. I know, it's all white people. Like, specifically like white guys who are like, yeah, I can do that. Like, bro, no! Stay out of that hole, bro! Stay out of that hole! Oh my god. Yeah, very mildewy.
Born November 4th, 1983, to very poor and alcoholic parents in the Ukraine. In the winter of 1986, when Oksana was only 3 years old, in a drunken stupor, her parents forgot about her outside in the cold of winter. And because she was locked out, instinctively she crawled towards the nearest source of warmth, which was the family's kennel, where a whole bunch of dogs were sleeping. And incredibly, once she crawled inside of this kennel, not only did the dogs allow her to sleep there that night, but they kind of embraced her as one of their own. The next day, Oksana did not go back in the house, and her parents seemingly did not notice her absence. And
oh my god, worst parents of the year award goes to these fucking people. Oh my god, the horror movies got it right. No, literally. Like, it's always the white people who are like, oh, what was that noise? I'm gonna go investigate. And then promptly, murder! Oh, but there has to be the final girl and all that stuff. Oh my god. Let's split up. No.
And over the next
How about we
5
don't do
years,
that?
Oksana would stay with this family of dogs, essentially living like she was part of their pack, which meant over those 5 very
dogs are better
formative
parents.
years from ages 3 to
Animals
8
are more
years
human
old,
than humans.
Oksana had almost no interaction with humans. Oksana
Wow.
rapidly learned how to behave like a dog and began only walking on all fours. She would bark instead of try to speak, and she would eat raw meat. By the early 90s,
What am I looking at here? Hold on. Because I just took off my glasses and I'm cleaning them while this is going on. What am I looking at here? Hold on. Does she have a mask on? That's a real photo?
Oksana no longer
What am I looking
identified
at?
as a
I put
human.
my glasses on and that didn't do anything for me.
She identified as a dog. And it was in the early 90s when a passerby...
On all levels except physical, I am a wolf. Woof! Let's go check out this basement filled with dangerous objects and only one way in and out. I'm in context and even I'm confused. Okay, so it's not just me. Hi, Middle Guard. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Wait, I think you're right. She might have a stick.
Human. She identified as a dog. And it was in
can't
the
tell.
early 90s when a passerby happened to see Oksana running around on all fours in the back of her house in the woods, and they called the police, wondering what was wrong
Wait
with
here,
this
friends.
person. The police
I'll
show
check it
up,
out.
And Oksana's dog family runs out
Oh, thank you. Aren't you just so noble?
barking at the police to protect Oksana, and Oksana would start barking ferociously to protect herself from being captured.
Oh my God.
But eventually the police would use meat to lure the rest of the dogs away so they could retrieve the child. When she was taken into custody, doctors saw that she not only had forgotten how to walk on 2 legs, she also couldn't speak. And doctors were concerned that because she had had almost no exposure to human language for all those formative early years, that she might not actually have the capacity to speak anymore. Oksana was taken to an orphanage where she would eventually learn how to walk on 2 legs, and amazingly, she would learn how to speak.
I was gonna say, don't give up on her.
Despite these incredible gains she made towards re-entering society, her experience living with the dogs had really left a mark on her.
She did have that dog in her.
Speak, she could only speak in monotone with no rhythm and no intonation,
Aww.
and it was actually difficult to follow what she was saying because of that. A psychologist did an assessment of Oksana and determined that her mental capacity was only that of a 6-year-old, despite being a young adult at the time of this assessment. By the time she was 22 years old and had more or less re-entered society, she finally was able to have a boyfriend, and he didn't know much about her past. But when she decided to show him how easy it was for her to run around and bark like a dog, it apparently scared him, and he broke up with her and did not see her again. Today, Oksana lives on a farm taking care of animals, and she was recently interviewed on a Ukrainian talk show where she says she no longer wants to live like or act like a dog, she just wants to be a person. Here is some footage of Oksana Malaya acting like a dog.
All right. I wanted to see the interview a little bit more, but okay. The parents, yeah, no, genuinely, like, I want to know what the fuck happened to the parents. Fuck those parents, man.
After being apart for many years, identical twin sisters Ursula and Sabina Eriksson were finally reunited on May 15th, 2008. Within 24 hours of their long-awaited reunion, the 41-year-old Swedish sisters boarded a ferry for Liverpool, England. They arrived in Liverpool at 8:30 in the morning on Saturday, May 17th. And their first stop was going to the St. Anne's police station, where Sabina would tell them that she's very concerned for the safety of her kids back in Ireland. The police would say, okay, we'll follow up, and they got in touch with their counterparts in Dublin, Ireland, who went over to the house, and everything was fine. So the women leave the police station on foot, and they make their way over to a bus stop, and they ultimately board a bus bound for London at about 11:30 in the morning. So they get in the bus, and they start moving, and the driver
Wow, you're wild for that. You're wild for that.
to take their luggage and put it in the luggage hold. But the women
Luggage hole,
aggressively
luggage hole.
refuse to give up their luggage. And in fact, they start clutching their luggage against their chest. So the driver starts to feel really uncomfortable about having these two women on the bus, and ultimately decides to just pull over at a service station outside of the city and tell them to get off the bus. They get off, and the driver ends up calling the police and telling them there's something weird going on with these two women. I don't know what's inside their bags, but you might want to come check it out. As it happened, there was already a police officer at the service station who came right over to the women and started talking to them as the bus driver took off. During their conversation, the police officer felt like these two women were not a threat to anybody, and it was just a big misunderstanding, and they
just didn't want to give
the
their
officer leaves, and
bro. What's inside your bag? Just show me. If there's nothing crazy in there, don't worry about it.
These two women who don't have a car start walking down the highway on
Nah,
foot. Shortly
bro.
thereafter, a security camera on the highway picks up the two women.
That's the only
walking
pop-up for
down the
today.
median of this very busy highway, and at some
All right,
point, they try
I
to
get you,
cross
I get
the
you.
street. And it's obvious as you're watching this video that they're not going to make it. There's
What's
so
in the bag,
many cars.
man?
And immediately, Sabina gets hit by a car.
Oh!
Now, Sabina was only grazed by the car, so she was okay.
Oh,
and she
thank
and her
God.
sister went back to the median of this highway. But enough
Jesus.
motorists saw this happen that they called the police. And it just so happened that the responding patrol car that was in the area
Same guy?
was being shadowed by a film crew
Oh.
that was filming for a TV show called
my
Traffic
God.
Cops.
No
so
way.
this patrol car shows up with cameras rolling, and they're able to get the sisters from the median over to the shoulder on the other side
Oh
of the
my
road.
God.
And they're talking to them like, what's going on? What are you doing here? And on camera, everything seems totally fine. Like, there is no major issues here. These women were just stranded and were making
No,
some
for
bad
real.
decisions walking
It's crazy that she didn't sustain any injuries. That's fucking insane.
down the highway on foot. Then, all of a sudden, Ursula turns away from the officers and tries to run into traffic.
Wait,
And
I
there
think
are
I've
cars
seen this
whizzing by.
before.
They have not stopped traffic. And one of the officers manages to grab her arm, but only gets
Thank
her
God.
jacket, which she's able to wriggle
No!
out of before launching into traffic, literally leaping into traffic, and
Why?
gets hit by a huge truck going 60 miles
Oh
an
my
hour and
God,
gets thrown
please,
down the
no.
road. Literally a second later, as everyone's like, what is going on? Sabina yells, they're gonna steal your organs! And she leaps into traffic and gets hit
What? Okay, I did not see this video,
by another
actually.
car. Immediately, police run in the road, they stop traffic, and they go up to Ursula, who was the first to get hit, and they see her legs are definitely broken, but she's alive. As
Oh,
for Sabina,
fuck.
she was totally unconscious, and they didn't know if she was going to make it. When the paramedics finally show up, Ursula, who has the
Oh
broken
my God.
legs, fights to sit up, and they're trying to tell her, like, lay
Dude,
down. You're
no,
hurt. You have
don't
shattered
move.
legs. You're lucky to be alive. Lay down. She's not listening. In fact, she's violently trying to sit up, and she starts spitting at the paramedics and the police and screaming obscenities at them, like
Oh
they're
my
trying to
God.
hurt her. And they're like, we're the police. We're the paramedics. We're trying to help you.
What's
At
that
the
thing when people have shared delusions, like folia do or something like that?
same time, Sabina regains consciousness, and
shared
even though
delusion?
paramedics and police are trying to keep her laying on the ground, she begins fighting her way up and is pushing the police off of her, and finally stands up
Oh my
and
God.
literally squares off with one of the police officers and decks her in the face before running down the road. Police would have to run down the road after her and literally surround her as she's got her fists up like she's going to fight anybody that touches her, and they would have to tackle her to the ground and put her in handcuffs just to
my
keep her from
God.
hurting herself. Both sisters would be transported to the hospital, and when they
Yeah.
got there, they both apparently were acting normal again. Ursula, because of her broken legs, would be admitted to the hospital,
Yeah.
and apparently she would stay normal and would eventually make a recovery and would be released. There were no charges pressed against her.
Hi,
As for
Izumi, how
Sabina,
are
the
you?
doctors checked her out, and she didn't appear to have any injuries.
Thank you for joining
so they
us. I hope you're
released
doing
her,
well
and she was
today.
brought to the police station to be charged for punching the police officer in the face.
Damn.
That day, Sabina would plead guilty to her charges
Oh, wow.
and would be sentenced to 1 day in custody that she served that night.
Okay.
The next day, she was released. So Sabina leaves the police station on foot, and later that night, she's walking down the road when she sees two men walking towards her who were named Glenn and Peter. She stops them and she says, "Hey, I'm looking for a bed and breakfast. Are there any good ones nearby?" And Glenn would say, "You know, it's funny, I own a bed and breakfast. You can stay at mine." Initially, Sabina seemed hesitant, like perhaps this was a trap, but ultimately she agrees, and the three of them go back to Glenn's B&B. Once they got there, Sabina apparently
Fully I do. Yeah. That's when two people have shared delusions. And I'm wondering if maybe the sisters had that. I know mass hysteria is when like more than two people have it, but yeah, fully I do is like for two people and they have like the same delusion. I don't know if that's what they were experiencing, but like with the organs thing, like they're gonna steal your organs. It's kind of what it sounds like, but I'm also not a psychiatrist.
Constantly looking out all of the windows, acting very paranoid. And then at one point, she offers them
not a mental health professional.
And they accept, and she hands them their cigarette, and she's about to light their cigarettes when she suddenly snatches them out of their mouths and says, "Oh, these might be poisoned," and she throws them in the trash. Just before midnight, Peter leaves, and Glenn and Sabina go to sleep in their respective rooms. The next day, Glenn gets up to make tea and food for Sabina, who's downstairs in the kitchen. But Glenn realizes he's out of tea bags. So he goes outside and he hollers to his neighbor Frank and says, "Hey, can I borrow some tea bags?" Frank gives him the tea bags. Glenn goes back inside. About a minute later, Frank recalls seeing Glenn stagger out of the B&B, clutching his stomach, screaming, "She stabbed me." And apparently his last words were, "Frank, take care of my dog," before he ultimately died.
Oh no, that's so sad.
Frank immediately calls the police, and Sabina immediately leaves the B&B and takes off running. She gets to a highway, and she's running along the side of this highway, and a motorist named Josh sees Sabina running, and she's clutching a hammer that she's repeatedly hitting herself in the head with as she's running.
What happened
Josh drives
to
well
these
past
girls?
her and gets out to try to intercept her, but as she's running past him, she pulls a roof tile out of her pocket and throws it and hits Josh.
Where did she get a
in the
roof
head.
tile?
She runs past Josh, who's now clutching his head and can't stop her. She gets to this bridge that overlooks another road, and she leaps off 40 feet to the ground, and when she hits the ground, she breaks both ankles and fractures her skull, but she lives and narrowly escapes being hit by another car. Eventually, police and paramedics are called, who transfer Sabina to a hospital where she once again is acting totally normal.
They should have kept her in, like, for, like, I don't know what you would call it, but, like, I'm missing the word, like, just, like, monitoring her, you know?
Nothing like the crazy person that killed Glenn or was throwing roof tiles just hours earlier. Sabina would ultimately be arrested for murdering Glenn, and she would plead guilty to manslaughter. But she gave absolutely no explanation of why any of this happened.
Wow.
It was like she didn't understand and was a different person now. The defense claimed that although Sabina certainly killed Glenn, she should have diminished responsibility because she was suffering from a condition known as folie à deux.
Oh, I fucking called that shit! I knew it!
French term that means madness of two. And basically, it only presents itself in identical twins where one twin has a psychotic break and they transmit their insanity to the other twin.
That's so
amazingly,
sad.
the prosecution accepted this claim and they only gave Sabina 5 years for her crimes. Sabina would serve her 5-year sentence and was released in 2011 and to this day is a free woman. Here are some highlights from that film crew
Maybe
that
she's better now.
captured Ursula and Sabina acting totally crazy on the side of the highway.
Damn, it's so sad. Oh, ow! Owie, owie! That shit hurted. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, she's gonna punch her in the face. Oh my god, that's so sad. Wait, why did I just get fucking decked in the face with a bunch of stuff? What happened? Oh, metal guard! Thank you! I was wondering what happened. Thank you so much, my friend Chubby. Thank you for 2 months.
Subscribed to your channel for 2 months.
Thank you. I appreciate you. You're so kind. Thank you. Thank you. Meow. For my outburst earlier. Bro, run! Get her! That's so scary. I'm guessing since she's like, you know, back into society and stuff, she's probably better now.
In June of 2011, law student Lauren Giddings was only one test away from completing her dream and becoming a public defender. Even though she had a ton of studying still to do, she had taken off the first week in June to go to her sister's wedding where she was the maid of honor. Right before she left the wedding to go back to school, she joked with her family that she was going to be locking herself in the library and just studying 24/7 and that nobody should get in touch with her. But when she got back to campus, none of her classmates that she studied with saw her at the library. And in fact, when they didn't see her for a couple of days, they started reaching out to her and texting her and calling her to see if she was okay. But she never picked up, she never wrote back, and so no one knew what was going on with her. One of Lauren's
Oh my God,
classmates
so sad.
would reach out to Lauren's sister and would ask her, hey, have you talked to your sister at all? Because we haven't seen her.
Schmeckle,
And Lauren's
hello there,
sister
welcome, how
would
are
write
you?
back and say, oh no, everything is just fine. Lauren told us before she
Thanks
left
for
the
joining
wedding
us. I hope you're doing
that
well
she was
today.
going to be locking herself away and just studying 24/7, so I'm sure everything is just fine. But this classmate wasn't convinced because this felt
yeah.
very uncharacteristic of Lauren to not study at the library and then not to pick up any phone calls or text messages. So she would call the police and say, hey, can you please go check on Lauren's apartment because I think something's wrong.
Aw, what a good
so
friend.
A police officer goes over to
That's a
Lauren's
good friend.
apartment and knocks on the door. Lauren doesn't answer. They try the
Mr.
door.
Ballin's my favorite. I love Mr. Ballin. His stuff is awesome. I love it. Oh, oh my fucking God, dude. My legs are killing me, bro.
It's locked. The officer goes outside and looks around the outside of her apartment. There's no broken windows. There's no obvious signs of a break-in. And so the officer leaves and says, I can't do anything else unless you guys file a missing person report. So a couple of days go by and there's still no word from Lauren. And at this point, Lauren's family is now concerned and they do file a missing persons report. So the police go back to Lauren's apartment. They try knocking. She doesn't come to the door. The door is still locked. So they get the owner of the apartment building to open up her door. And when they go inside, Lauren's not in there. And at first,
Oh my God, what
it doesn't
happened?
seem like anything is wrong until they notice her cell phone, her keys, her purse, and her laptop are all still in there. This made the police think there could be something sinister happening here. And so they went to Lauren's friends and family and they asked, does she have any enemies? Does
what did
she
I
have
comment?
any
What did I
reason to be
say?
fearful for her life?
I don't even remember what I
Initially, they
said.
no one would want to harm Lauren. Everybody loves Lauren. But Lauren's sister would say to the police that there was actually one comment Lauren made a year ago that now seemed a little bit more relevant. Lauren had just got back from a vacation and she noticed there were things in her apartment that seemed like they had been moved, like someone else had been
that's
here,
creepy as
but
fuck.
no one was supposed to be in her apartment. And
Yeah,
so
of
she told her
course.
sister, and the two of them talked about it a little bit, but it was quickly forgotten.
My hat is peak. Oh my goodness, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well today. Yeah, this is my normal outfit. I love being able to just show you guys my normal outfit. This is my normal outfit. With of course I don't have the hat on usually, but yeah. Thank you. I love it. I'm trying to put the cape on properly. I guess that's as good as we're gonna get it. Oh my goodness gracious.
About because there wasn't a reasonable explanation.
I appreciate you guys.
And Lauren was so busy with school, she didn't pursue it. After police
Thank you,
had done a
Tribal
thorough
God.
investigation-
No need to worry me unnecessarily, right? Yeah, thank you for putting everything back. I appreciate it. Need you to rest your legs. Oh my God. Yeah, no, I did a really insane workout. My legs are so sore. My leggies. Oh, I gotta stretch today. I gotta stretch.
Of the inside of Lauren's apartment, they move outside of her apartment and begin scanning the exterior of the building, and they make a huge discovery. An officer who was looking in the dumpster noticed this big black trash bag that looked out of place. And when he tried to move it, it was very heavy, and when they opened it, they found a human torso. And it was Lauren's. Right before this discovery was made, a news crew had shown up outside the apartment building and was trying to interview people that lived in the apartment complex because they had been tipped off that somebody who was living here had been missing for over a week, and now police were getting involved. They saw what looked like a resident of the building looking visibly shaken up, watching the police doing their investigation, and they went over to interview him. It would turn out his name was Stephen McDaniel, and he was Lauren's neighbor, and he was a classmate of hers in law school. The interviewer asked Stephen, what was your last interaction with Lauren? And Stephen became really focused on how he had not seen her in the last week. And in fact, speaking on behalf of my other classmates, no one's seen her. She must have just vanished. As they're doing this interview, right on the other side of a bush, this police officer discovers Lauren's torso, and the news kind of gets out to the interviewer, they've found a body. And the interviewer says out loud to Stephen, it looks like they found a body. And Stephen just completely changes, and he goes, a body?
Wait, who is this guy? Oh, this is Mr. Ballin, and he does like spooky stories. Most of them are true. Like they're all supposed to be like true. But yeah, he does like spooky stories, and he does the storytelling really well. Yeah, we love spooky stuff.
Body. And
Or at least
Stephen
I
just
do.
completely changes, and he goes, a body? And then he goes completely silent to the point where the interviewer says, "Are you okay?" And he just stands there looking completely distant before walking away from the interviewer, sitting down with his back turned and hyperventilates before the interview ends. Once this case went from missing person to homicide, the police started searching all the rooms on Lauren's floor. And Stephen's room is right next to Lauren's, so he was the first room they searched. Apparently, as they began searching his room, he was standing just outside the door and sweating profusely and drank over 10 bottles of water. In his apartment, they found a key to Lauren's apartment. What he would do is whenever she was gone, he would sneak into her room and download her hard drive, as well as steal little souvenirs like small articles of clothing and other things.
Oh my God.
When they went on Stephen's computer and checked his browser history, basically the only things he did on the internet were look at Lauren's Facebook and LinkedIn profiles. But the creepiest thing they found was this camera that was literally duct taped to this long pole. And on the camera were all these surveillance videos of Lauren, because what he was...
Oh my God. Oh my God. This is so fucking terrifying. Oh, what a fucking creep. Ugh. Oh my God. I'm getting the goosebumps all over. Ugh.
Do is he would go outside and he would hoist
That
up
poor
his
woman.
camera and he would film her through her windows in the middle of the night. Stephen was quickly charged with Lauren's murder, to which he pled guilty, and he would openly confess to the details of how she died in court. Most times, he used this surveillance footage to confirm
asshole.
she was not in her apartment, so he could sneak in and steal from her. But on the day she was murdered, he would use that camera technique
living
to
right
confirm
next
she
to
was
her.
home. And shortly after
Mahibi's
confirming she
RGB,
was in
you're
fact
right.
home and asleep, he put on a mask and used his key to get into her apartment and walked right into her room, which
What a
woke her
fucking
up.
weirdo.
According to Stephen, she apparently sat up and said, "You need to leave." At this point, he jumps on the bed, and in their struggle, his mask would come off, and Lauren would recognize it's clearly Stephen, and she would plead with him by name to stop. But he didn't stop, and he would strangle her to death. Afterwards, he dragged her into the bathroom and began cutting her up into fairly small pieces.
Oh my God.
Some of those pieces got flushed down the toilet. The others were put in bags, and only one of those bags was ever discovered, and that was the one of her torso. Stephen was ultimately given
Where
a
was
life
the rest of her
sentence.
body
Here is a
hidden?
highlight of Stephen's interview when it's revealed that they've discovered Lauren's body.
No one has seen her since Saturday. I haven't seen anything. I've always hear noise outside, but it's just people walking by pretty much. We just don't know where she is.
What about in the parking lot area? I know they've been doing a lot of. I think that's where they have recovered the body.
Oh my God, this is so disturbing.
Body?
Had you heard? Had you seen anything there? Had you seen anything there? I mean, we don't know if this is the same person. You know what I mean? Like they took out.
He knows he's fucked.
We don't know if it's the same person or not. So that's why we're trying to ask people if they know who lived there.
Oh yeah, no, he knows he's fucked, dude.
I think I need to sit down.
Okay.
Oh my God, dude. Ugh, what a
So that's going to do
fucking
it, guys. Let me
creep,
know
man.
what you thought of these 3 stories in the comments, and I will
Oh
pin
my God. Oh! Man, fuck that guy. What the fuck? Oh, my fucking legs, dude. Oh, that poor woman. And to think that they were classmates too, living right next to each other. Oh my God. That's so creepy, man. Oh, I hate that shit. Okay, there's another top 3 videos with disturbing backstories.
Today?
Which is part 5. This is the one right after it. Oh my goodness. Excuse me, I burped. Stand up and get the blood flowing again. I'm gonna stand up. I'm gonna stand up. Oh, I'm just feeling so lazy today. I'm feeling so lazy. I'm bringing up my... Oh, just kidding. Apparently I'm not. I'm gonna bring up my thingy. I don't know if you can hear it. My desk. I'm bringing up my desk. Okay. Gotta program it. No. No. I'm trying to program it, damn it. I'm trying to program it. Okay. Alright, I did not program it. I need to figure out. I have a standing desk, yes. I do have a standing desk. I'd be standing. I'm currently standing now. I'm standing. My head is about to touch the ceiling because I'm just so goddamn tall. Before we start this one, I need to pee. How many pees does this make? How many pees during this stream does this make? Like 4? What the hell? Peeing once an hour? Actually, that's... Is that normal? She got up and had to move the desk. How dare you? How dare you? I'm gonna take a pee-pee. Man, come on. Man. Alright, let me go pee-pee. I'll be right back, okay? I'm gonna take a pee-pee. Later on today, it is my goal, it is my mission to eat Thai food and fold my fucking laundry. And fold my laundry. You hear me? Do you hear me? Does the standing desk have an S and a 1, 2, 3 with an up and down triangle? No. It has a 1, 2, 3. Wait, yes it does. It has a 1, 2, 3 S, and then up, and it has an up arrow and a down arrow, and then it has a little screen with numbers on it, and it says Magnus. You eat Thai food every day. That is not true, but I wish it was. I wish I had the absolute pleasure. Did I just dox myself? I'm dead. That is, I wish that was true. I wish that I ate Thai food every day. I need to fold my laundry really bad. I need to do my laundry and fold it. We use the triangle to set the number, then press the S. Wait, oh, okay. S, 2. Oh, thank you. Oh, hell yeah. That just did it. That just did it. Oh, fuck yeah. Thank you, Corolla. That was amazing. Thank you so much. I thought you were going to say you wish it was true you doxed yourself. No, I wish it was true. I eat Thai food every day. I have a standing desk too. Do we have like a similar one? Because damn. What brand do you have? What brand do I have? What brand is this? Secret Labs. Secret Lab. Secret Lab. Just one Secret Lab. Not many Secret Labs. Just one. Okay. Here we go. Top 3 videos with disturbing backstories, part 5. Hey, I have that YouTuber voice. I could totally be a scary story YouTuber. Welcome back, everybody. Today we're talking about some disturbing videos with disturbing backstories.
Share with you
That's my YouTuber voice.
Stories,
there you go.
And at the end of each of them, I'm going to share with you the video that is famously associated with them.
What's up today, guys? It's Kaiya. I'm back. Actually, wait, that sounds more like Kyle. That'd be more like Kyle. I I don't remember. The numbers and the triangles are on the left side, and there's a cup holder on the right. Oh, damn, I don't have a cup holder. That's bougie as shit. I like that. I like that about you. I'm gonna show you disturbing, all right? Whoa! That's backwards. Oh, I have... Okay, yeah, I have my stuff, my, like, arrows and numbers and stuff on the right side, and then I have, like a headset holder on the left side.
Before I get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format,
I move too much. I think
come to the right channel, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week.
I think I move too much to like I think I would spill a beverage if it was in a cup holder here. I have a headset holder on the right too. Technically, the headset holder I can put anywhere. It's just a magnet, but yeah, it's a really strong magnet. It takes a lot for me to get it off. Next time you leave your house, I want to put everything backwards. Wait, no! That would fuck me up so bad. I'd be like, wait, was this how it always was? That would fuck me up so bad.
So if that's of interest to you, the next time the like button asks you for a particular link, send them a link to Rick Astley's Never Gonna Give You Up and disguise it as whatever it is they're looking for. Also, please subscribe to this channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads.
Scary.
All right, let's get into today's stories.
Disturbing images and statements. Viewer discretion is advised.
A popular YouTuber named Dan Bell explores abandoned buildings and then uploads that footage to his very popular This Is Dan Bell page
I can't get up.
Over 500,000 subscribers. Unlike other urban exploration YouTube channels, Dan is not trying to create scary content. In fact, many of his most popular videos are taken in buildings that haven't even been abandoned yet. Like in a Kmart that's shutting down and all the shelves are empty, and he walks around and it's kind of eerie.
Hey, I don't know. Someone could make a case that I'm also from Cali, but I live in Florida now, and you've met me before I moved, and you stalked me here. Ooh, spooky.
It's a huge store that's now coming to an end. But again, it's not really scary. But amongst those popular videos, there is one that is horrifying. It's called the Super Creepy Abandoned Asylum.
Ooh,
one of the top comments on this video is from a verified YouTube account with over 1 million subscribers. They're called The Proper People, and they say this may be the creepiest urban exploration video I have ever seen. The video opens with Dan coming up to this huge old house that looks like nature is reclaiming it with all the vines and grass and everything overgrown.
So I'm trying to drink as much water as I can.
Minute and a half, Dan is just quietly walking around the perimeter of this building. And you don't really know what it is, besides obviously the captions given away. It's an asylum, but it doesn't look like an asylum. It looks like a random house in the middle of the woods.
Looks like
After
a
about a minute and a half, Dan makes his way over to the side of this building, and he sees there are some stone steps that go down into a door that clearly feeds into the basement of this building. Dan walks down the stairs, he opens the door, and walks into this hallway, and as soon as he goes in, because his camera had been filming in very
she just opened the door.
outside, it takes a minute for it to focus on the hallway, which is totally dark. But once the camera focuses, you see all this old clothing strewn about on the ground, and the paint is peeling off the walls in every part of the building. When Dan filmed this, he was not out loud narrating.
Sorry, I'll let her in here.
Instead, while he was editing the footage, he must have recorded himself doing a narration, and that narration picks up as soon as he gets in the hallway. And
Zoe, it's okay, sweet girl. It's okay, baby. Where is she? Oh, Zoe, look at mommy. Zoe, it's okay, good girl. It's okay. She licking her lips. Eric, welcome in. How are you? Thanks for joining us. We're watching Mr. Ballin'. We do be ballin'. Hey, yo, mommy. No, they're the only ones who can call me mommy. Wait. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Oh man, Cons juices. Hell yeah.
Camera has focused. He begins walking down this hallway, and you hear under his boots the crunch of broken glass. And as he's walking, you hear Dan's voice say, "This is a children's asylum that shut down sometime in the 1990s. It was briefly leased sometime in the 2000s."
This is the type of shit I love. I love this shit.
For the most part, over the past 3 decades, this building has been totally abandoned. After he gives this brief history, which sounds like he's done this dozens of times on other videos, he pauses and says, "You know, Something really strange happened while I was filming inside of this building. He heard what sounded
Sorry, my other dog is barking like crazy. I don't know why. Is somebody like at my house? Hold on. Let me. I swear, like the. Why is he freaking out? So maybe somebody's delivering some packages or something. Yeah, it looks like. Oh yeah, it looks like a package just got delivered or something. Oh yeah, actually, wow, yeah. The Amazon truck is just now leaving. And there's 3 packages right outside my door. Ooh. Oh wait, there's also children playing in the street. Excuse me, I burped, right outside my house. That's also happening right now. Okay. Get off my lawn! Can you imagine?
like someone running around on the top floor of this building. He's used to going into
Do a box opening
and finding creatures, animals.
I don't even know what's in there.
Not unusual. And so instinctively, he assumes it's got to be some animal that's taken up residence on the top floor. And so he doesn't worry about it. He ends up walking around the whole.
It's a fucking exercise ball. It's a fucking exercise ball. I got my exercise ball in. Let's go.
First floor before making his way upstairs. And he said
That's
when he
so
got
funny.
up there, he was expecting to see some animal
I can't
or
wait to
some
pump it up.
sign of an animal living up there. But he didn't. He didn't see anything.
Wait. I got the exercise ball, but I don't have a pump. Oh man. Oh man, I'm gonna have to get a pump. Oh fuck. Oh, I forgot about a pump. Damn it. Oh, there might be a pump with it. There might be a pump with it. Maybe. Oh, fuck. I feel like a goober, man. I feel like such a goober.
Animal living up there.
Real
But he
goober
didn't
hours.
see anything. It just looked like every other abandoned building. And after filming what he wanted to film, he eventually leaves the building and goes home. It wasn't until he loaded footage onto his computer and began reviewing it that he noticed 2 specific instances while he was inside this asylum where clearly someone else is in the room with him. Dan speculates that perhaps a former patient has come back here and is living in one of the rooms upstairs. Here are the 2 segments from his
Blow
video
up the exercise
that show
ball?
this kind of phantom person lurking in the shadows. In the first
My
clip,
lungs are
keep your
not that,
eyes on the door
strong.
that is open leading downstairs. You'll see there is a shadow on the door that is being cast from whatever is standing at the top of the stairs just outside of our view.
I am
And at
trying to
some
look like
point, as
Stewie
Dan is
on
filming down the hall,
steroids.
that shadow vanishes down the stairs. In the second clip, when Dan walks into the room, look to the back left-hand side of the room at the door, specifically at the open hole where there should be a door. You will see there was very clearly someone looking through the hole at Dan. And
fuck that. This is peak physical body. This is exactly what I'm striving for, okay? This is exactly what I want to look like. And you're trying to prevent that from happening. Look, he's looking in the mirror. It's me. Okay? This is exactly what I need to look like. Bro kind of skipped leg day a little bit, but you know, it's fine. Stewie is tall. All right. Pack it up. Pack it up. We're done with that.
when Dan films this
We're done
person,
with
they
that.
run away.
God damn it. So there's a face in a hole somewhere. I definitely didn't see anything, but okay. Oh, that's a little spooky. Bro, somebody's there. Wait, I didn't even see that happen. Hold on. The shadow is really creepy. Ooh, I don't like that. Got a fat ass head like him too. Okay, my head is actually like weirdly small. My head is like I will like sometimes put make sure that my hair is like a little bit like voluminous so that my head looks a little bit bigger, if that makes sense. But that's why my VTuber head is a bit big. I gotta compensate for some things. So try Silk Song. Yeah, I've not. It looks hard. I've heard it's hard. That was spooky.
Missy Beavers was a wife, a mother of 3 girls, and a hardcore fitness instructor. She lived in Midlothian, Texas, and she taught a fitness boot camp out of a local
Big
church
head
at
ambitties.
least one day a week, every week.
You're right.
Missy was extremely bubbly and outgoing, and everybody seemed to really like her, and her personality really shined on social media, where she was an avid Facebook user, often posting multiple times a day, every day of the week. Missy would post information about upcoming fitness classes, either that she was teaching
With all that AI.
or that she was simply participating in. She would also post her own fitness regimen and her diet. She was very focused on health. She also shared fairly personal.
I have done pink hair IRL. Actually, when I first became a VTuber, I used my IRL pink hair as a reference for my hair. So, yeah. I loved it. Pink armpit hair. You're so right. You're so true. I need to grow it first. I need to grow armpit hair first, though. Imagine dressing up as your model for Halloween. That's dope. Actually, I had I think this was before your time, Tribal God. I did a cosplay stream where I had like my cam on, like my hand cam on, and I was in my cosplay of my outfit. But that was of my previous model, so I need to get one for this model. I love it. Personally, I love back of the knee hair. Pink back of the knee hair. Cultured, very cultured.
Like pictures of her family and where they were going and what they were up to.
Oh,
And
so
she left
Hinote,
her
hi, how
personal
are ya?
cell phone right on her Facebook page.
Hi.
So clearly,
How
Missy
are ya?
was fine with kind of being
Normal
out there.
SpongeBob?
On April 17th, 2016, there was a weather report that came in that the next day there was going to be really, really heavy rain, in particular in the morning. And Missy's class was scheduled for the next morning at 5 a.m., and she started getting calls and text messages from the people who were going to that class asking, is this class still going to happen? By 7:55 p.m. that night, so many people had asked about it that she decided to just put a public post on her Facebook page addressing the weather. And it just said, if it's raining, we're still training, no excuses. You are glad you're-" On the
That's
post,
right.
she included directions of how to get to the church, where this class was going to be in the church, what time they were starting, and what they could do.
Leah, welcome in. How are you? Thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. I appreciate my my YouTube community. Thank you very much. We are also streaming over on the purple site. Hell yeah. I just made finger guns at you guys and you can't even see it. God damn it. Also, yes, listen. I have headcanon this guy and Wendigo and our lost brothers from an affair with 20 women. Wait, you might be right though. Where's Mr. Ball? Does he live in Florida too? Bro, that'd be fucking crazy. That'd be crazy. I feel like he definitely lives in Florida. I feel like he's definitely a Floridian.
3 p.m. She did
He gives me those
Facebook
vibes.
post that said, going to bed, I have to get up tomorrow at 3:30. The next day at 4:16 in the morning, a street security camera picked up Missy pulling into the church's parking lot. Even though her class didn't start until 5 a.m., she liked to get there early to make sure the classroom was set up and to warm up a little bit and make sure she was super motivated and cheerful as soon as they walked in. The security cameras inside the church capture Missy walking in through the front doors at 4:20 in the morning. Then, just before 5 a.m., the first couple of students arrived at the classroom, and they walk in to find Missy laying on the ground, bleeding from her head.
Oh my God!
They call 911, police and paramedics show up, and as soon as they get there, they pronounce Missy dead.
Oh
Initially,
my
there was some
God!
speculation that she might have fallen and hit her head, but they noticed all these puncture marks in her head that looked intentionally inflicted, like someone had struck her. And later, when they reviewed the security footage from inside the church, it was confirmed that she definitely was murdered. Earlier that morning at 3:50 a.m., so 26 minutes before Missy arrives.
Vin, how dare you? Making a threat like that to me? How could you?
In the church parking lot, an unknown figure wearing police tactical gear from head to toe breaks into the church. From 3:50 in the morning when they first get inside the church to 4:20 in the morning when Missy walks through the front doors, this unknown figure just kind of strolls casually up and down the halls of this church. It looked like they were carrying a hammer or perhaps a crowbar, and periodically, as they're kind of casually walking down the hall, they would turn to a window of a door and they would break it with whatever they're holding in their hand, and then they would just keep walking on. Like there was no reason for them to break the window, they're just bored. And this was actually an important point that police would make about this footage. This person walking around does not appear to want to vandalize the church. I mean, they're breaking a couple windows, but they could have done a lot more damage to the building, and they didn't. They don't appear to be looking to steal anything, and in fact, later, police would confirm that nothing was stolen. What it looks like they're doing is just kind of wasting time. Like they have some
Fucking
clear
freak.
objective for being here, but they can't do it quite yet. They're waiting for a trigger of some kind. And it would turn out that that trigger was Missy walking through those doors at 4:20 in the morning. As soon as Missy made her way into the classroom, the assailant followed her and proceeded to beat her to death with whatever they were holding in their hand. By the time police arrived a little after 5 a.m.,
That's such an awful death. Like, that's like one of my biggest fears is being bludgeoned to death. Like, that is such a terrible, terrible death. Oh my god, this poor woman. That's so sad.
the suspect was long gone. Initially, police believed it was going to be fairly easy to identify who killed Missy. The person on camera wearing the tactical gear had a very distinctive gait with their feet turned out, and they walked with a bit of a limp. And they had very
interesting.
slouched posture.
That's good to
and
know.
The police figured as soon as we put this surveillance footage out in the public domain, someone's going to come forward and say they recognize this person. But despite the hundreds of leads that poured in from people after watching this video saying, oh yeah, I know this person, well, the police checked into all of them, and they all checked out. Everybody had an alibi. And so years later, the police are still not able to identify who killed Missy or why.
Years?
So her case remains unsolved. Here is the security footage of
Oh my
Missy's
God,
killer
it's still
casually
unsolved?
walking around the halls, aimlessly smashing windows and opening doors, just waiting for Missy to show up.
Oh my god. What a piece of trash. Yeah, their gait is weird, actually. Ugh, I hate the way he walks. What's this video about? This is, top 3 videos with disturbing backstories. As, Mr. Ballin does, like spooky stories, and they're all supposed to be true. Man, fuck this guy. The big W. Hello there, welcome in. How are
March
you?
of 2015,
Thanks for joining us.
68-year-old Tamara Samsonova was having
Granny
renovations
Ripper.
done to her home in St. Petersburg, Russia. A friend of hers, 79-year-old Valentina.
Bakugo, no! No! I just tipped over one of my Bakugo figures. Bakugo, no! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Stand up. Stand up, man! Okay. He's standing. He's standing. He's okay. He's alright. He's alright. You're eating spicy pizza? Oh my god, that sounds delicious. What are the toppings on your pizza? If you're eating a pizza, it's gotta be spicy. A spizza. I named my dog Billy. I named my dog Zonker and Bonker. Those are their names.
Tina Olenova had heard about Tamara's renovations, and she approached her
Zonker
and said,
and
"Do you want
Bonker.
to stay with me while that's getting done?" Tamara was very thankful, immediately said yes, and as soon as she
Tamara
moved in, she immediately
Is
started picking up the
Tamara
slack
home?
by cleaning the house and doing the dishes, and made sure she always cooked food for her friend because she wasn't able to pay rent. After a couple of weeks, the renovations on Tamara's home were complete, but Tamara didn't want to leave. She was really
Jalapenos, salami, and pepperoni. Ooh, that sounds so good. I'm trying to figure out what I want after stream tonight. I'm thinking Thai food, probably. Like I said, it's my goal. It's my mission, man. It
enjoying
is.
living with Valentina, and so she asked Valentina, would it be okay if she stayed a little bit longer?
Well, thank you so much for the
Valentina
follow. I
was a
appreciate
little
you.
bit reluctant,
Thank
but
you,
did
thank you.
ultimately say, okay, that's fine. A couple of months go by, and Tamara
Granny
is showing
Ripper.
no sign that she plans on leaving Valentina's home anytime soon. And Valentina is getting increasingly frustrated with that reality. Finally,
yeah.
in late July 2015, Valentina confronts Tamara and says, "You gotta
Thank you,
go."
Big W.
And Tamara just says, "No, I'm not
Appreciate
leaving."
it.
This causes a huge fight, But at the end of it, Tamara still doesn't leave. So for a couple of days, the women just do not speak.
Get Tamara out of here, brother.
Broken on July 23rd, when the women get into a fight about some empty cups in the sink that one of them was supposed to clean, but they didn't, and they fought about whose responsibility it was to do the dishes. And then, of course, the subject comes up again of Valentina saying, "You shouldn't even be here. You need to leave." And Tamara's like, "No, I'm not going to leave." And so another big blow-up fight happens. But at the end of this fight, Tamara finally concedes and says, "Okay, I get it. I need to leave. Just give me a couple of days and I'll be out of here."
Leo, you know, I have a Discord where you can give me video suggestions. That sounds very great. I love disappearances as well. Let me give you the link just in case you want to join. Just in case you want to join. There it is. Enjoy.
There. Immediately, the tension is gone in the room. They're fighting, and Valentina is happy that she's finally going to get her apartment back. And Tamara says, "Look, I'll make us dinner tonight. I'll go out and get some food." Tamara leaves the apartment and goes to a pharmacy and gets a whole bunch of sleeping pills.
Oh,
and then she
no,
gets the
hell
ingredients
no.
to a particular salad that she knows Valentina really likes. She goes back, she starts making dinner, and as she's making the salad, she crushes up the sleeping pills and mixes the powder with the salad dressing and gives that to Valentina. And Valentina, who's very hungry, eats the whole salad and doesn't notice anything is wrong. As soon as Tamara was sure Valentina had eaten the entire salad, Tamara just goes up to her room and goes to bed. A couple hours later, at about 2 in the morning, she goes back down to the kitchen and she sees Valentina is passed out on the ground. Tamara goes up to her and sees that she's still breathing, which was a disappointment because she wanted her to die from taking all these sleeping pills.
Oh my God, what a bitch.
Matter. She takes out her hacksaw that she had borrowed from the neighbor earlier in the day and proceeds to butcher Valentina. And she makes special care as she's cutting her into pieces to remove her lungs and not damage them, because Tamara had a taste for human lungs. It was actually
she's gonna fucking eat her. She's gonna eat her. She's okay.
actually her favorite food. She took Valentina's head.
Food! It's not a food!
And she put it into a big pot of water and began boiling that to eat it. The rest of her was cut up into as small of pieces as she could get them, and then wrapped in a shower curtain and placed in various bags. As Valentina's head and lungs are being cooked on the stovetop, Tamara begins making dozens of trips from the apartment, down the stairs, out the front door, all the way down to the lake that was near their property, where she would dispose of the body parts before coming back and getting more. Valentina's hips and legs were apparently too heavy to haul all the way down to the lake, so she took them to a nearby forest. Tamara's final trip sees her carrying a big silver pot, inside of which is Valentina's head, or at least whatever is left of it after Tamara was done eating most of it. 4 days
just
later,
when I'm trying to eat, I'm so sorry.
A young couple that was living in the same apartment complex as Tamara and Valentina were out for a walk with their dog out near that lake. And as they're walking, their dog takes off running and stops in front of this huge bag that it's sniffing and pawing and trying to open. And the owners of the dog try to call it back, but they can't get it to get away from this bag. And so the owners walk over and they kind of poke the bag. They can see it's pretty heavy, and they open it up and they find a human torso, and it's Valentina's. When the police show up, the first thing they do is they go to Valentina's apartment, and they're surprised to find Tamara living there. And they're kind of sensitive with her, and they say, "Your friend, your relative, was just found deceased." And
I just ate her lungs.
Tamara was completely indifferent. She did not care. They had just discovered her body, and she didn't care that they were searching the apartment. It was like she knew someday this was going to happen. During the search, the police officers quickly find blood.
I mean, she's old, right? So, like, she clearly has had a long time to be able to develop her taste for human flesh, right? So, like, she's lived a pretty good life getting away with it, I'm assuming.
The bathroom and in the kitchen. They even find the hacksaw she used that's got blood on it, and
she didn't even fucking clean it. She did not give a fuck, dude. She was sloppy as hell.
Tamara's diary that's sitting next to this book about
what the hell?
And the police are horrified when they see that the diary contains meticulous notes that Tamara had kept of all of the ritualistic killings she had perpetrated over the past 20 years.
Oh
and there was
my
14
God.
of them. and almost all of them were motivated by Tamara's desire to cast spells that she apparently was reading about in these black magic books she had.
What
and
the
virtually
fuck?
all of these spells required human flesh or other human components. And so she would kill these people, she would use their bodies
And she
to
never
cast
got
these
caught until
spells,
now.
And then afterwards,
Oh my fucking god, that scared the shit out of me.
she would consume them. Not because that had anything to do with the spell, but
Yeah, it seemed like she was just done. She's like, okay, that's probably the last one.
because she liked the way people tasted, in particular, human lungs.
Ew.
The police arrest Tamara, who doesn't put up a fight, and she says, yep, you got the right person, I did all this. While Tamara was on trial, she seemed like she was in a great mood. She told the judge, I hope you give me a really severe punishment. I expect to die in prison. She was seen blowing kisses to reporters.
What the fuck? Like, she definitely wanted to get caught on that last one. What the fuck, man?
It was like she was just totally out of touch. Or maybe she literally knew this was going to happen and just didn't care anymore. Tamara, who would be nicknamed the Granny Ripper by newspapers over the course of this trial, was given a life sentence, and to this day, she is still sitting in jail. Here is the surveillance
Wait,
footage
how
of
long
Tamara
ago?
disposing of Valentina's body, as well as some shots of Tamara during her trial.
That is so fucked up, man. She's so... I mean, damn, that is a fucking workout, dude. That is so nasty. I was gonna say, this is like, this is exactly what she wants. They give her exactly what she wanted, which, like, yeah, like, what else are they gonna give her, you know? But, like, damn, dude, what? Also, is that, like, nearly 4 in the morning? Excuse me, I burped. Is that 4 in the morning? 3:54 a.m.? I was wondering which movie that was from. It's from Legion? That's so funny. That officer is like, come on, Granny.
So that's going to do it, guys. Let me know what you thought of these 3
That is so fucked up. Hi, Bip. How are you? How's it going? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. Dude. She did not give a fuck, and she got exactly what the fuck she wanted, bro. She got exactly what she wanted. How sad. How sad, man. Genuinely terrifying. Like, whenever somebody, like, knows exactly what they like in human flesh, that's the scariest part, because it's like, okay, how many people have you fucking eaten? How many people have you eaten, bro? Oh no. Look at my little bat. That looks like Goober. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for a berry offering. Don't forget to offer your berries to your demon. To your favorite demon. Oh man. Gotta fix a spoopy hat. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta make sure it's spoopy enough for you guys. I love being a little witch. I love being a little witch, in fact. I really want to, if she's still alive, I want to raid Alara. She is having a debut. So I want to say hi to her. Happy debut, Alara. Strawberry raid. Here we go. This is the raid message, you guys. This is the raid message, okay? You guys, I need to go take a fucking bath. I have 2 videos that you could watch. Please put them into video sharing so that I can see them. Or like, whichever thing in the Discord. The Big W, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. One is 37 minutes, the other is 48 minutes. Fuck yeah, okay, whoa. Creepiest disappearances, maybe? Yeah, put them in. Y'all, copy that raid message. Copy that raid message, brother. Yay! I love you guys. Thank you so much for spending time with me. Happy Saturday. We did not play Minecraft. I'm sorry. I was feeling so fucking tired. I'm still feeling tired, man. I'm still tired as fuck. Thank you so much for the face rub. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you. I hope you all have an amazing rest of your day. And I will see you guys on Wednesday. On Wednesday. I love you all. Take care, everybody. See you later on. Good night. Bye. Good night. Good afternoon. Bye. Bye, everybody. Mwah, 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 mwah. Bye.